brothels for all, specifically for Blinkrick.
Hello, and welcome back to Pathfinder, Kingmaker, Misfits. Session 13. I don't know why I'm talking like Kirk from Spock and Star Trek. Anyways, welcome back, everybody.
Well-known TV show Spock.
Yeah, I love my Spock TV show. Welcome back, everybody. It's lovely to have all my favorite gamers here. My little CIA rogue elf and the dwarf and the goblin and the skeleton. Today we will be missing our favorite little critter Tilly, as she is currently busy with another project. But that is okay. I will say that simply what happens as you're walking along and having a discussion, Dex, because you are close friends with Tilly, probably the closest of anybody out here, actually, that Tilly actually has someone to confide in. As you're talking to her, Tilly just seizes up and just flops over to the ground. And as you are wont to do, as you know, it is kind to do and not leave her out in case of rain or something, you pick her up, place her in a bag, and carry her along with you.
Bunny power right now, need to recharge.
Yeah. This is not the Energizer Bunny.
Very much not so.
I'm going to start the time because we are now in media res.
The time.
It's happening, everyone.
It's Fire Day. Fire Day. Wow, I never even noticed that. You can't just say Friday. Sometimes I love fantasy things, and sometimes it's like it's Fire Day of Sarenrith, the Wizzlewazzle, and it's like, dude, just say Friday. It helps. And like, actually, I don't want to razz Paizo too much because they legitimately just said that like they love fantasy so much that if every decision matters to them so much that they literally said everything about Galarian is a 1-to-1 copy to Earth. So they wouldn't have to change. They wouldn't have to hire like NASA engineers and stuff as consultants to say like, hey, what would happen if we had 2 moons or things? Because they legitimately would have done that with the money they had.
Yeah, with Neil coming on the streams.
Yeah, they would have had Neil being like, so if we have 2 moons and like the it's slightly more wobble or like there's debris of the planet in space, what will happen? And he would have given them feedback, and they would have had to change things, and there would have been a different length day and stuff. And they were like, fuck that, let's just make regular months. They're exactly the same as Earth. They're the same days, just name them different.
Isn't it how that like map thing you've used is able to work? Is because like there's like a couple things that are 1-to-1. He's able to like map the like all the like continents and stuff onto a globe.
It's able to map them onto a globe, yeah, because it's basically using Google Maps. Because like you create a different like continental mass because it's the same globe. Like, it's the same dimensions for the globe. So there is not that any of you know this in character, unless one of you wants to roll me a. Let me just go ahead and pull my handy dandy thing. Let's say meandering and talking about. Actually, first let's do a recap. Let's do a proper recap before we get into things. But I will pick up the discussion of the globes a second. I will say that Corey is discussing globes and maps, considering that there is a map that you took off of the Tatzelworm creature. There's a map that you're discussing, frustrated about the recent curse that you received, Corey. But first, we're going to do the recap. Lindsay, take it off.
Last session, the Misfits were approached at Shrikehall by Loy and Latricia Resbin. Simultaneously, Chief Sootscale alerted King Corey to the presence of suspected spies within the kobold ranks. After collecting pre-ordered supplies from Oleg, including potions for Dex and a backfire mantle for Fekro, the party deliberated. Dex gifted Fekro a coyote cloak, and Fekro gave Dex a pheromone ball. Ultimately, Silent chose to remain at Shrikehall to investigate the spies, while Corey, Dex, Fekro, Amiri, Jaethal, and Lindsay accompanied the Resbins. Their journey led them to a glade where loggers, led by Korax, were in a standoff with a Nixie over felled ancient trees. After tense negotiations, with Dex speaking to the Nixie and Corey to Korax, a solution was reached. The kingdom would purchase the felled lumber, and the loggers would replant the trees. The Nixie, however, reacted with hostility towards Dex's chest crystal, calling it an abhorrence and linked to the Mother's Bow, a ritual against the Fae. The group then proceeded to the Tatzelworm den. Dex scouted ahead, and combat ensued. They faced several Tatzelworms, including a particularly large one that emerged from the water. After a challenging battle, the Misfits were victorious. They looted the den, finding gold, a rune-scale mail, a +1 cold iron longsword, and a valuable explorer's map. With the area cleared, Tatzelford was established as a freehold. The Resbins gifted Cori a warding statuette of the elven goddess Alceta. Cori, disdaining the elven gift, immediately passed it to Dex, earning a minor curse from Alceta. Doors would now jam and stick for him. Meanwhile, Silent tracked the spies, 2 kobolds named Karik and Prazil. He systematically terrorized them with grit, dread ampules, and a staged cave collapse, eventually breaking their will. They confessed to serving the troll King Hargulka, and provided a map to his stronghold, revealing it to be located within ancient dwarven ruins. Upon the party's return to Shrikehall, Silent presented the subdued kobolds. After some negotiation, a new Silent Spy Union was formed under Cori's authority. The session concluded with Harum expressing interest in exploring the dwarven ruins, and Cori hearing a faintly familiar, yet otherworldly voice emanate from a dagger he handled.
And let's just revisit that dagger as you are discussing things with discussing the map with Lindsay, of course, and some other educated individuals, possibly Silent. I don't know who else is sitting with you. You go ahead and tell me what you guys are doing if you want to.
I'll be discussing the map because I picked up the map.
Okay. Silent, what are you doing?
Training our new friends.
Okay. Prazel and Kirik need some education. That is completely fair and valid. And Dex, what are you doing?
Oh, what was I doing last? Let's see. No, I don't think I was really doing anything. I think I was setting up for a kingdom actions if we did any.
Let's just say, Dex, that you are over by the makeshift place that you guys don't have permanent locations yet, which is actually frustrating you. The villagers are currently building alongside. At the end of this month, there will be the most basic of basic. It will be what's called a tenement. I will give it to you free. Technically, you're not even supposed to do that in Kingmaker, but I think it's reasonable to give you guys a tenement. But it will not be a place for you to live. It will be a place for your 20 or so humans and like 10 or so kobolds to live. It is lodging for them as of yet. Like they are just like living, like sleeping on the floor on mats of the while they farm of the Stag Lord's Shrikehall. So Dex, while you're doing that and you're over by your tent with Tilly, you pick her up as she kind of like ends the conversation abruptly. She's and then
Dilly?
And there is no more reaction from Tilly. She's just kind of gone inert. The blue and orange, very bright little button eyes. It's always disturbing when it happens. You never really believed in the notion the spark in someone's eyes, behind someone's eyes, Dex. But I will say, I will tell you this much: it is not just a phrase now, because whenever Tilly just kind of turns off, it's like the little sparkle, the little glow in the button eyes. Whoever painted these eyes, these glass bead eyes, it's not the same when Tilly's not actually moving of her own accord.
Well, Dilly, looks like you have gone sleep. I put to say, I will keep you safe as I just gonna wrap her up and kind of tuck her in the bag.
As you do so, we're gonna cut back to Cori. You hear the voice of something. Well, how do I phrase this? And I want to talk without the just staggering silence. So we're going to. We're going to get some environmental. So Corey, while you're just kind of discussing things, the map with Lindsay and Fekro, and you're like, no, I want you point to something and then you flip through a map and then you look at it and you remember something. I want you to roll me. You kind of just your mind flits to it before you grab the knife and you hear it speak. Your mind flits to something about like the globe that you live on. Mostly you think about caverns more than the other races do, actually, because most people should be thinking about caverns, Corey. But the reality is that like Hollow Earth theory might be real in Golarion because it goes pretty deep under the ground as opposed to like on Earth. The Golarion has like deep open cavernous places that descend and descend and descend. And it's like a whole second world and people just don't appreciate that on the surface. But there's a moment when you're looking at a picture of the globe that I'm going to need you to make me a recall knowledge check. Just hit that recall knowledge macro, and it's going to be a very hard expert check. Which, let's see here what you got. Society. I was going to accept Society or Arcana, and you beat it on both. So you actually met it, exactly. 25.
Well, damn. I'll take it.
You catch the vibe that you are flipping, and for a second you're like, yeah, and so there's certain areas of the Laurel Marshes, and you pause and Corey, you've never thought about it, but there's a actual other continent on Golarion besides Avestan. And you can't remember the name of it, and you like it's not on the map, but there's a whole two continents to the left and right, and it never really occurred to you that the two continents that you operate on, where Absalom is the island in the middle, kind of like where the boot would be in Italy, between Africa and Europe. Avestan is what Europe would be, and beneath it is the nation of, let me see. It is the nation of I can't remember.
Isn't Alkenstar technically on a separate continent from Brevoy?
It is. It's the continent that you're from. You're not from Avestan. You're where Brevoy is. You're not from Avestan, where most people speak Taldane. You're actually from a place called
Where am I from? Who am I?
Garund. It is remotely analogous to Africa of not necessarily like Africa, but it is in the location and size and general shape that Africa would be on the Earth map. Garund is the Golarion continent that you hail from, Corey. You are aware actually that something that the other races don't know, which is that like the expanses within the Earth spread actually that little inner sea, the area of the what would be the Mediterranean, the inner depths of the Earth expand under the seabed, and it's easy for dwarves to pop up both in Avestan and in Garund, in Dongenhold, in Alkenstar, through the deep roads. But you can't remember what the continents to the left and right of you are, and they're not marked on this map for some reason.
All right.
But thinking about that, like you go to stroke something on your a belt, and you have both your tied on one of your sides is your regular sidearm, your clan pistol that no dwarf will ever be left without, and a new clan dagger which Harem has essentially trusted you with, which was an interesting gesture. And as your hand brushes across the dark blue off-colored, like almost someone gunmetal blued this regular, what would be gilded and silver, gilded and mithril steel colored dagger, your hand brushes across it and you hear, "Aye, it's about time. It is a voice that sounds, well, how to say it? It sounds familiar to you in a way that I am looking for where my notes are, and I cannot find them. And I had lots and lots of notes for this session.
My notes, where are they?
Write that down. Write that down.
Note to self, find notes.
Also, in the time that we've been chatting,
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live.
please.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh my God.
Goofy.
I will be right back.
Yes, me.
Brought it to me. I didn't even realize that they handed it to me. My notes are on my phone, and I take them as they occur to me. As a good GM should never be far from his ideas. They're not here. Where are they? God damn it!
I bet goblins had something to do with this.
Yeah, it is the goblins. You know what? Fuck it. We're just gonna spin this off the dome. Because I get a
Do it
vibe.
live again.
Yeah, I have a vibe and know what I was going for anyways. Corey, you in many ways this voice appears more familiar than anything you've ever heard in your life, but it's a voice you've never heard, and it's strange to you. It's otherworldly. And it just says for a moment, well, it's about time.
Corey's gonna be like looking around, like in the room.
Too stunned to speak.
I said, boy, it's about time. You're not going to say anything to me?
What's wrong, Corey? Dog got your teeth?
None of the rest of you can hear this voice.
I think Corey's going insane.
Corey just sort of like looks upwards with his eyeballs, like looking into his skull somewhat. Like, is this voice inside of me? What the hell?
SpongeBob looking inside of own head.
You got a head of her rock, boy. I know sometimes you get born near one, but are you made of rocks? You got them stuck in your ears. It's
Well, I am a dwarf.
That you are. I know that. The booming voice kind of is speaking in your ears.
Did Corey say that out loud?
Yes, you did. I'm assuming.
We know that.
Yeah.
We know you are, Corey. What's new?
Just a parrot.
Hello? Anyone home?
Is Corey like still holding on or like touching the? Because I think he said I touched the dagger when.
It's about only when you touch the dagger, yeah.
Ooh. It's a Tilly situation, but with a dagger.
As like Corey's like piecing things together, he's going to like tap his finger on and off the the
Muting and unmuting the person.
Yeah.
I said, stop it. God damn it, boy.
I'll like hold on to the dagger.
Do you learn none of the kinfolk respect and the proper way of treating your elders?
Is Harem around?
Harem is kind of further off. He's still like he's actually now moved on from his project that never really bore any fruit, fixing the leather strapping station, and he is instead like trying to fix himself a bowl of something, and it's like halfway through like stirring that the wooden spoon breaks on him, and he has to reach in and stir it with an even shorter spoon. I'm gonna lose my mind if I can't figure out where I put my notes.
Maybe another soundboard clip we get is I forget what movie it's from, but Batman going, "Where are they?"
Yeah, where are they? Yeah.
I know there's the Batman one. Where are you?
And I'm so sorry.
Is that Harem singing?
Yeah.
But yeah, now that Corey is sort of like piece things together, and at least he thinks he has a like good idea of like who it is he's talking to, or is talking to him. He's going to like excuse himself and try to find like a quiet space.
And there he goes.
Weirdo. I thought that was the weird one.
Silent, you find yourself in conversation with Kirik and Presley, and no, Presley, I got this. So boss, like I know we kind of messed up the contract, and maybe not doing the best spying since you caught us, but we promise we know what we're doing. Presley here is one of the best kobold fighters I ever done seen. Ain't you, Presley? He says, "Yep, sure am." And I'm going to like move you guys over to actually the Star Wars fort, so we can actually see some tokens, some bodies, some meat when we're having this conversation.
Meat. But
Nice.
oh, that's what I was doing. I was next to Jaethal last.
Prazo kind of holds up his glowing little kind of like almost looks like a dwarven style hammer. It's like slightly glows an off hue blue. He said, "Yeah, yes, here's me hammer. I'm pretty good at what I do. I you know like I've always been like a kind of decent fighter and stuff. And you know I might not spy's best, but like if you need any information, I can get them out of people. I just gotta hit them in the shins."
See, being a spy isn't about just extracting the information. It's about making sure that they don't know that you're there the whole time.
In the case in point, you guys, when I was poisoning y'all.
You guys were discovered the moment y'all got here.
Well, not
That's
the
what
moment.
they
We
train
were
you
actually
for.
here for like 3 days before like the kobolds told you where we was. Probably shouldn't have been sleeping in the kobold room, but it's nice to sleep with other kobolds. It's just like it's like a clutch thing. I don't know how to say it. Right, Creek? And Creek's like, "No, yeah.
Yes, and you should not have been discovered at all, is what I'm saying. That is why we're going to retrain you on hiding.
All right, boss. Well, is there anything you want us to do before like, you guys sure you're gonna like head out to deal with Hargoka? Like, can't we like bring up like some armies and stuff and like kind of knock on his door with the army or something?
You
guys-
get an espionage certification.
You've been here for the past 4 or 5 days. Does anyone look like a fighter?
Is that an honest question, boss? Am I supposed to say that without like making anybody angry?
You can. I'm saying answer honestly.
Well, I wouldn't expected you have to been, but like I think you can fight probably decently. But you aren't my first fear. The dwarf guy, like everybody knows he can fight. Anybody who's the boss can fight, especially the big boss. And he's got like some weird gizmos on his belt, and but like the thing that we're actually particularly afraid of is that goblin, because goblin fire makers are notorious in Kobold Land. When goblin fire makers get the goblin fire maker, they and we get to fight, and the goblins usually win because they make really big fire bombs.
Simply be immune to fire.
Yeah.
Pulls out lightning bolts.
I also don't like the woman. I don't like the woman who's like 3 times my height. She kind of scares me, to be honest, boss.
I feel like that's any woman compared to a kobold.
Yeah, just don't get on her bad side and stay hidden.
She won't eat you across the room.
Yes, boss. Well, let me give you the info we got on Hargolka. He's south of Tuskwater Lake, west into the southern Null Marches. Kind of. Well, it's more of a. He's like you got to go through the last reach of the Camelands and the bottom of the Tuskwater region, and then you get into the Gnarl Marches proper, like not the Greenbelt, like the forest up top, the Greenbelt forest, but like the Gnarl March forest on the southern side. It's deep in there. He's kind of found like a basically like what your buddy said, like some with them square shaped angle stone places, like I think a dwarf built it. Yeah.
Yeah, some dwarven ruins then.
Yeah.
There's a few people that would be interested in exploring that place.
What I will say is like I don't recommend taking him on alone, boss, because he's like a pretty big guy, and I mean, no offense, but
Oh no, you're good. I know I can't take him alone. That's why I do this work.
also he's got a lot of people working under him, boss. At this point, like we've tried to fight with our whole clan, and most of us got smushed. He's got oh geez, he's got kobold. He's got the bigger kobolds. Karik speaks it. They're called lizard folk, and a handful of like fae.
Gasp.
And like well,
anything that flies.
he took all those people and like kind of dealt with them, because those were the people in that area, and he's kind of kicking them out with his group. He's hiring anything that's anything that you guys call a monster, basically. He's making a monster kingdom.
Okay. And I remember you saying that was because he received a dream of that.
Yeah, he received a special dream. He don't like to talk about it with people. He says it's a special dream and it's his promise dream. But like anytime people ask us about it, he usually clubs the person closest to him and says, "Do what I tell you to do."
And he probably doesn't have the support of everyone under him then. Not loyally, at least.
Oh no, they do what he says, or he gets the clubbing, and they generally like being under a flag. People have been. It kind of sucks being called a monster, boss.
It's fine. Builds character.
What is wrong with you people?
See, I stopped jumping because I was doing spells.
Let us go ahead and start with the first training.
You just hear he's doing this interrogation in one part of the castle, and there's EDM blasting in the other.
We'll start with the first part of training. move around without being seen within the castle.
I'm just gonna make random perception checks. I found you. It's like hide and
Wait, are
seek.
you telling us right now to just like be walking around the
Disappear?
walking around the base?
Take some more time, rest a little bit, because I did just put y'all through hell for the past week.
Yeah, he did. It's okay, boss. We got a new boss.
So go ahead, take a rest day today, but make sure you're also sneakily doing it.
Okay, and like he kind of like Karik, I'll explain it to him, boss.
Mhm.
Was that a roll to see if you understood it? Oh no, that was you.
Dex, you're not gonna join the Congo line.
Join us, Dex.
Oh yes. Oh yes. You just see me setting up my spells.
Da 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 da. It's all just going.
Yeah.
What
Jaethal's
I'll
like,
do
Jaethal's
is
like,
I'm
what the
just
hell is
gonna
happening?
pretty much
They
just
will
be
both attempt Silent, they will both attempt a roll as soon as you turn around, and they begin to try and sneak behind you. Whether or not you notice it is based on your hide check against theirs, and Prazel definitely, like, you can hear the clink of his armor and the clank and thud of his buckles in his little like makeshift loincloth that keeps it together, and his like little breastplate very easily. It's no problem to hear that.
Hey, DM, if you want to take the camera a little to the right.
Yeah. Oh no, I know. I see what you guys are doing. This is ridiculous, but I see it.
Da 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 da.
Karik trying to follow behind him, like
Amazing.
when the second that Prazel makes a noise, like Karik bumps into him and says, "Prazel, you're making it harder for me," and he like, I can't make him boss at me, and like his like toes clank against Prazel's, and they both are very clearly like too stumbly to like kind of get the drop on you and sneak behind you, but they're going to keep trying for the rest of the day. As we turn back to the attention to the rest of you three goofy misfits, Corey,
like has been said.
you find Harem steady at work making some sort of makeshift like meal or stew or something. His hand progressively further close to the bowl because he's having to the spoon keeps breaking on him and shortening its length.
All right. Don't I have a god I need to talk to though?
You have something.
You have something. I'm not going to tell you.
I currently have some sort of deity on hold.
Okay, well, if you, it's up to you.
I was wanting to like go to like secluded place to take this deity call.
You've reached the King Corey in the kingdom.
In the king house.
King House.
As you,
Yeah, I don't think we...
well, I want you to describe what you're doing, Corey. I don't want to continue to use you like kind of overstep.
Well, I was gonna say I don't think we've actually traveled back, right? We're still at the new city being founded.
Yeah.
I'm guessing I would just sort of go into the woods for like some quiet for this, unless I can There's like happens to be like another better place nearby.
From what I remember, we did make it back to the kingdom.
Yeah,
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
that's how we met the little kobolds.
And you signed the contract with them.
Oh yeah, that's right. It happened at the very end of the session. That's right. Yeah, I thought we were still back at the new Elven City. In that case, if we're back, I'll go into my quarters then.
All right.
We'll have some discussion for you, Corey, when you come back.
And then I will grasp the dagger like a bit firmly on my belt.
Boy, has anyone ever told you to not put people on hold? What in the hell is wrong with you?
Well, it's not every day you get correspondence like this, and Corey will say that with a very raised eyebrow, like this has not happened to him before. I don't think, or I'm assuming not.
Do you even know who I am? Do you have the awe and the audacity and the respect to not address me right when you hear me speaking?
I was playing around with it for like the fun of the situation, but from that recall knowledge roll, do I know who this is?
Oh, you did a recall knowledge roll? Let me see. Religion. I mean, it's gonna be very easy by 5, and it's gonna be like a trained, because you've been training this your whole life, so it'll be a 10. So you hit a not a crit success, but a success, Corey. This is definitely at least one of the Dwarven Pantheon, but you've never vocally, audibly heard one of the gods of Torag's. Like you've never heard the hearth, the home and hearth of Torag, the Forge Heart, like which is the name of his family house and family tree. You've never heard anyone from the Forge Heart speak to you. And so you don't know who in Torag's family this is. You do know it is one of Torag's children, likely, not Torag's younger brother and not Torag himself. You know you'd know Torag. I mean, come on, you know your god when he speaks to you.
Give me 1 second here.
He's like, don't you put me on hold again, boy.
Oh no, this is the out of character pause. Since I was looking up the Dwarven Pantheon names myself, because apparently if Corey's able to like narrow down to somebody, it's somebody in the Pantheon. I was just gonna throw out one of the random names as a guess. Is this Coles?
And he just kind of sighs.
Well,
I don't know if you guys heard that or not.
No, if my brother were calling you, that would be because you didn't keep the contract, and you've been doing a fairly good job of that. We've been watching. We always look out, and we always keep all dwarves do their due duty in the Forge Heart. Well, all dwarves do duty in the Forge Heart, and you know that's his portfolio, not really my domain. No, it's not Cole's. It's his older brother. And he's
at you when the big brother steps in.
Is that enough information for Corey to narrow down exactly who it is?
Yeah, Corey would immediately know. There's only one older brother. Like Coles is the middle son. They're the youngest. There's a couple of sons, like the younger than Coles and Grundenar, but it's Grundenar who's speaking to you, whose symbol is a pair of shaking hands.
I imagine like an old man just shaking his fist out of annoyance.
Oh, the Peacemaker. My apologies.
That's about time.
Corey, Corey will like kneel down in his room.
You
In a
might
bit of
be
reverence.
you might be a king, but you could work on some things. Anyways, you're doing right. Don't none of that super reverent stuff. It's kind of weird. We're old family. We're all family. You just give respect where it's due when it's next time, and know who you're talking to, and kind of learn a little bit better. Anyways, I have a missive here, and you can hear some crinkling of things and like sheets flipping through, and you hear pages and a book opening. I know it's over here somewhere, and like it sounds like someone's messing with something on a table, and you didn't know there were tables in heaven. But he finally answered something. Oh, here. I got something from one of those. I can't say it because Sean knows she'll hear me. Anyways, I hear you pissed off one of the elven gods. So I'm gonna give it to you straight, boy.
This is why I thought it was Coles.
No, if it was Coles, you'd be getting a message about your contract, and we'd be having a different kind of conversation. If it was something of worth note, like he doesn't do everything personally, but when gods get involved, we get involved because we're gods, and you are up and coming to be something significant, Corey. Congratulations.
Oh no, that's gonna go right to his head.
It's
Right.
flat. It's flat, but he is. It's not like the kind of like congratulations, like I don't actually care. It's the flat like unemotional kind of like stoic, like very masculine, but like very not expressing like I'm proud of you. Like taps you one time on the shoulder.
Yeah. Not 2 times. That'd be awkward.
No, that would be awkward. You're up and coming. Now I don't blame you for this, but again, you are a representative now of us in a region that has got some history. Can't tell you everything, but you pissed off Alceto. I'm gonna need you to fix that.
Corey sighs heavily. I don't know if Grundar could pick up on this, but Corey's like kind of conflicted because he has an order from the Pantheon telling him to patch things up with an elf.
Yeah. Do you say that to yourself, or is there anything audible that coming out of you besides just the seething in your own
not
mind?
audible. Yeah, just sort of like seething confusion. Like
You hear, and I'm doing my best to capture it on the mic.
why are the gods asking me to go against a grudge of all things?
You hear the flipping of several pages, and he says, "Listen, I own one too. It's on my bed, my nightstand. I have a book of grudges. I have one of the earlier copies. I've been having to add and occasionally update it, and occasionally get it a new one sent to me. I get it, but there is a balance here for a reason. You don't. I'm not going to go into all of it. You should have been educated on it anyways. But we maintain balance. For a reason. We cooperate when it's necessary, and because we don't want tensions high if something happens, especially on Galarian. And that seems like an interesting statement that he says at the end, especially on Galarian. Now, I can't make you do anything. That's not what we're about. I get it. But you need to smooth this over somehow. And you need to be, and he flips through the notes and the exact lettering of it. and it needs to be. Oh God, she said sincere. Just like where I can't say much because I just said her name, and I know she's probably peering through. Anyways, you have an edict from me, Corey. If you follow the Pantheon at all, and I know you do, boy. Don't worry, that wasn't a threat. Attempt to bridge the gap between feuding sides. Maintain a treaty. We have a treaty with the elves. I know you don't like that, but that's why we even have grudges, because when they step over the line and they do an insult and they disrespect something we already agreed on, but we are better than them, you prove that. You keep your side. Don't offer an insult and make us look just as bad and let them get a book of grudges. You know how ridiculous that would be? An elf writing their own book of grudges.
What? Corey ponders over this.
Another book of grudges that isn't ours.
I have to keep my own.
So
For
I'm not.
me, it's just a book of friends.
It is kind of, and he's like hamstrung by like certain things that he can't open. I can't tell you it all. That's part of how it works, but I can't. You got to do this yourself, okay? That's it. And it's like you notice the bluing is deep. Like this conversation has gone on for a minute, and like it doesn't happen immediately. It doesn't happen like so suddenly that like if this conversation lasts for another 2 minutes, like it'll become black. But the longer you're having this conversation, the deeper the bluing is on the knife. It's like I should have thought about this. Take good care of the knife. I can't say anything about that either. Maybe look into it, and he stresses his words. Don't let it go black. Probably should have found a different way to get in touch with you. That's my bad. Anyways, I'm out. I think we have stew on the hearth. I need to go talk to my sister. Fix this, Corey. Welcome to royalty.
So I think the best way to like describe how Corey's going to react now that the conversation is done and he takes his hand off of Harem's blade. I immediately think to the Blade Runner scene where Kay has that test and he's just like, damn it, and kicks someone. I'll post a GIF in our channel.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You just sit in the room quiet and just.
Yeah. Just for like 5 seconds, they're like stewing over what he's been asked, and it's like kicks his head.
Kind of just tilt my head past Jaethal. Is that Corey?
I look at Dex. It's okay.
Do I look like his keeper? Sorry, Dex. No, it's probably him. I mean, it sounds like him. I'm hungry. I need to go find some blood sausage. If you
did he help with anything?
Of course. If you would excuse me, I will be in the cellar.
Of course.
And she opens and just sees like the disgusting status of everything, and like the kobolds are like doing everything they can, but they can't do everything at once, and like the cellar's still dirty, and she's like, ah, and she enters in.
Knock knock, friend Corey. There is no door, so I am knocking on the wall.
Yes.
You alright, friend? Heard a bit of shouting after you talked to yourself earlier.
I assume Dex is just staring at the flipped over bed.
Very much so.
Oh lords. I
Hey, this
feel
is the
that
door.
my ancestors have cursed
It's a
me.
good door. Is that so? Well, if you make you feel any better, we have plans for the day.
I need to get my mind off of this goddamn problem.
God's problem?
And Dex is the like honestly probably like the one person in the party he can like feels like he can like sort of trust like tell what's going on. He'll give him a bit of a bridged like explanation of what happened or what he was just told to do.
Mm-hmm.
Through like the lens of like Corey is like frustrated that he is being told to make peace with an elf at all, but it's an order from he's going to like emphasize his ancestor. I don't know if maybe like Dex should do a like religion check to connect the dots on that.
Now that I can do.
Make me a religion check. It's going to be
Recall
Well,
knowledge or a religion?
you can do directly religion, since you'd be rolling anyways. You just need to roll it secret, so you don't see the result. So I can tell you a falsehood if you fail, and you won't know. But you can hit recall knowledge, and that's easier. It'll do all that for you. It'll give me the religion result.
And feel free to correct me, the player, if I'm wrong on this, DM. But my understanding is the dwarves like referred to their gods as like ancient ancestors, basically.
Yeah, ancestor worship. It's not that they're the oldest ancestors and therefore the most special and therefore gods, but like it's not like the weird way that the humans do it or the elves do it, where like it's a lavish worship or the humans definitely are weird about it. They do a lavish worship and like gods are separate from like it's just that the dwarven gods are the oldest parents and therefore the most special and the best.
And the best and the coolest and
They give extra presents on Christmas.
All right, you rolled. I'm finding something real quick, Dex. Give me 1 second.
I'm a very religious lizard.
not sure there's any extra difficulty because this is like a dwarven pantheon, but
Who knows? I have a plus 10 though.
sheesh.
One must be well-rounded in the spiritual and the natural world. I just realized my models keep like open and close their mouths when they swap. I can just right-click that? Oh my god! This whole time I thought I had to pick the portrait.
And just so you know, recall knowledge isn't a thing that only I prompt you with, and then you do things. You can often just anytime you want, like say, "Hey, what is this?" Or like, or you can be like, that's an ogre. I'd be like, that's a similar ogre or something. Or you can also ask, can it be reasoned with? How can it be avoided? What kind of influence does this organization have? What's their personality like? What's this general location? You can just ask me questions, and I'll have to fill in. You don't get any incorrect information. It's just it dawns on you that you don't know who he's talking about in specific.
I see.
You just know dwarves like their ancestors, and so you have no idea who he's specifically talking about. Maybe he has a sending stone or something.
But I get the gist of what he's going over when he's explaining to me. Just not who specifically told him to do it.
Someone older than him told him he has to do something.
Yeah.
Is he able to make the connection that I'm referring this like this is a deity, or is this like he literally thinks I'm referring to an older dwarf ancestor?
He thinks you're referring to an older dwarf ancestor. He's presuming you have a sending stone.
Ooh, you're in trouble.
Well, Corey, if you are made to mend the bridge, one would say, it is best to do so, considering you are going to be, or you are current king, and there will be many people you have to interact with that you may not find the best of interactions with. Just like how people do that with me.
I never thought I'd be asked to violate the Book of Grudges, though.
Well, take it as solace that at least one of your own is asking you to do it, and not one of the elves themselves directly. Aside from the one who cursed you, but that's besides the point.
By Torag, I wish Blinkrick was here. And like a second after that, Corey sort of like snaps. Not a word of this leaves this room. He says in like a very like straight face towards Dex.
I'd say my lips are sealed, but yes, secrets are kept with me. I'll keep them to grave.
About the moment that you mentioned Blinkrick, you do hear a
Is that him? Question mark?
And a hole appears that is like the ones that usually Blinkrick blinks back through. Even though the portal swallows him up on exit, the hole appears that he goes through on re-entry. But this time it's too tiny for him, and you just see something fall out, and it's his smoking pipe. He reaches his hand through, like can't reach it. You can see he's grasping through something, like reaching around, like almost like a dresser reaching through something. And you hear. Fucking damn it!
Pick it up and try to lift it to his hand.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Are you gonna hand him it back? Fucking damn it!
Yeah.
And he's like, snap, snap, snap. And he's like, so as you reach over, I'm not even gonna make you roll for it. Like you hand it to him, he's like, oh, thanks. And about that time, like the circle begins to like snap shut, and he's like, oh shit, and he pulls his hand back, and it closes.
Was that? I'm just going to assume that was Blinkrick.
Wherever he was, there was loud, almost Gregorian chanting.
Well, that was interesting.
He is one of the few dwarves I know that smokes instead of drinks.
That is fair. But yes, of course, nothing will leave room. But if you'd like distraction, we can. I just see like a figure, and I don't actually see it, but it's just the icon. But yes, if you'd like to take mind off of current situation, I could.
Do I spot that figure?
What figure?
I just rolled a perception check. There's a figure over here.
You did.
I, the player, know who it is, but I'm wondering if Corey...
You saw a short shadow of a figure flit by, yes? Maybe not their face, but you saw who you get the vibe of who it was.
Just a pair of eyes.
Yeah, no, you saw his body. You know who it is. Just not his face, but he's kind of skulking around.
Well, anyways, yes, Corey, we have plan of action for our situation we are in.
Corey frustratingly flips his bed back over for being slammed up against the wall.
We're not friends. We'll grab you extra strong strong drink when we find some brewery. Okay. My tongue is getting twisted, which is ironic considering
he doesn't have a tongue, yeah. At this moment, another question, like a bunch of questions are popping in your mind randomly, Corey, and this one is, how does he talk?
How does he talk?
I'll never tell.
Is that a level 99 difficulty anatomy roll?
Identify how the bag of bones speaks.
That would be a Arcana check. That is, you're welcome to try, but you will not get it. You just recalled knowledge me. Amazing. That's great. It's not just a crit fail; it's a super crit fail. No, it's a crit fail because you don't have occultism trained. And it was
is he even moving his mouth? Is he telepathing this information into me?
I'd like to put like what I imagine you thought was happening. The spiders are my vocal cords using webs. That's what you think is happening. or the vines that are lingering in my body.
He does keep that rope around him all the time.
And
It-
yet he lacks a sword.
I have sword. How dare you? But yes, Corey, we have business to discuss on what to do with current events.
Jaethal stands next to Harem, like cleaning up his mess, frustratedly, and like she's prepping her own bowl, and like she's making this god's awful stench of a stew. It's like black pudding sausage.
Mm.
It's like blood and other things being cooked and like boiled down to like a deep black stew, almost like that almost like
Like
the
shadow
Spartan
spaghetti.
stew. The famous black Spartan stew, like boiled pork meat and blood. She is essentially taking like offal, like OFFAL, from creatures' innards and like cooking it down.
Looks delicious.
That is the black broth.
I see that, and I'm gonna walk away, and I want to go find Amiri.
All right. Amiri is outside. You can hear giggling. It's like, stop. It's it's been really hard. You can always talk to me. I really have fun talking to you, Amiri. Like, I wish you would open up more. It's just,
I don't want to eavesdrop, so I'm announcing my presence now before you go any further.
yeah.
Hello.
Oh, hey.
Eavesdropping is the best kind of
You,
drop.
you hear her sit up. Hey, and she kind of like wipes at her breeches, her like leather breeches. Amiri does. She stands up. She stands up from inside the tent. Hey, what's up?
Yes, hello. I heard nothing. Except for like the last sentence, but that's why I announced my presence. I don't want to eavesdrop on you. Anyways,
Right, you shouldn't.
I saw something awful a second ago, and therefore that prompted me to come here. I wanted to apologize to you. I am very sorry.
Well,
That's
I'm
a weird
usually
train of
right.
thought.
Amiri like smiles and like stands very confident with herself. I'm usually right, but what about what today?
I did not mean to insult your cooking.
Oh, that was I shouldn't have been. It's an. She reaches her hand down. I know who I am. I should not be so movable. What is this coming from exactly? And
Well,
she like
first of all,
she
it's
lets
okay
it.
to be movable. But I would like to consider you a friend, and I don't want to hurt your feelings. So I'll offer out a hand to shake hers.
Lindsay is practically shaking her hand like in like almost closed fist jazz hand excitement.
That's how I was too just now. I was like,
She flips open the book and begins like she begins furiously doing something inside the book as like looking away from you and then looking back and then looking away, and her hands are like shaking as you can hear. I don't. Yeah, no. I mean, we're good. Like, and she just reaches her hand out, and like you see a large, calloused and strong hand clasp yours. It's got all the graces of a woman and all the wear of a fighter.
By the way, I just watched Jaethal boil down some offal, and it looks awful. So I don't recommend walking that way.
Is that what? I can cook better than that.
Yes. Please do.
my poor friend Jaethal, she tries her best.
I could eat anything. Doesn't mean I like it.
Can we finally address the elk in the room?
Elk?
What about the owlbear in the room?
Beaky.
That too. She actually says that probably needs to be talked about but Dex seems to be pretty attached to it. So
It was joked, as Dex would say.
Yes. Is no one else going to talk about the fact that we have an undead, and she's, as you mentioned, Dex, it slips out of her mouth that you are friends with Dex, and she's going to be an asshole. She says, an undead piece of shit here. And her tongue like can't stop the words coming out of her mouth that she just made up with a good person as a friend.
I just laugh out loud. I find it funny. You're okay.
Me thinking in the background. They were
Knowing Dex, he would not take offense to that. He'd find it funny too. You don't need to worry.
Okay, well, are we not going to deal with the black-haired bitch in the room?
Well, she hasn't done anything like outwardly wrong yet.
Do we need to wait till she does?
I don't think she will.
Person.
But even if she does, we have Dex watching her like all the time. I think they have something going on between the two of them.
What?
Yeah, I was worried about that too.
I remember hearing him mumble something about peaches the other day. It was very strange.
Oh yeah, I have a story to tell you if you ever get a chance. Yeah. Well, anyways, we. She like curses at something in like a harsh guttural tongue, which we're the Six Bears tribe often had a saying that nothing dead should move should move after its final angriest breath. It's wrong to take a second breath after you've finished the great fight.
I see.
You were murdered.
Then usually the clan murders the person who murdered you. Oh, well, you didn't say that. You didn't. That wasn't Dex. So that wasn't Fekro. So, sorry. That was me like speaking as a mirror, like just reacting. I didn't realize you weren't in the room.
I'm like 60 feet away. I'm like,
What I will say is that there really isn't much we can like justifiably do because she hasn't done anything wrong.
Her hand curls around her belt loop, and that she's like kind of like got both fingers, like she's got her like thumbs looped through her belt, her loincloth belt loop, and she clenches it and she says, "All right, that is your yes." And she she's kind of grumbling about it, but yeah, she's like, "Okay, so we can't hit her just." She hasn't done anything wrong, but are we just gonna wait till she does?
Since you're so worried about it, I'll keep an extra eye on her myself. How about that? Good.
So what are we doing next? I'm not. The king ever give us his king things or like the? I'm kind of getting bored of watching these kobolds build walls.
Well, last I saw, he was talking to himself, so he might be going crazy.
It is the weight of the crown. Crowns are
At
not.
one point he said, unprompted, "I'm a dwarf."
That is.
It's very strange.
It might be an affirmation, but sometimes you just need to. I am strong. We did it occasionally in the tribe.
Ah. Well, I will confirm it for you. You are strong.
I didn't need you to. Thank you, Fekro. And she genuinely gives a bit of a blush for the first time towards you, and she just, you are smart, and she taps you on the head, very kind of like awkwardly.
Thank you. Anyways, I'm gonna go see what I can do to remedy that stew. Anyways, y'all are a cute couple. Have fun.
I never. and like Lindsay writing says, and
In the background, you hear just a ha ha.
you have completely stopped both of them. They're both like completely shut up for the moment.
I walk away.
Is there an embarrassed status effect?
Clumsy. That's about
Yeah,
as
yeah.
close as you can get.
They
Yes,
both get clumsy.
we have plans. We have plans of action to make. One might say an itinerary.
Well,
Hello.
Yes. So yes, Corey. Because I like pull up the map that we have of our little area. We have many things to deal with at the moment. We have 2 creatures in the forest. We have a trophy to deliver to Oleg, as well as that new rogue kingdom. Now, in terms of information and what we should do, Fekro and I believe it's best to circle around topics and then secure a situation. What I mean by this is, I believe we should try to figure out the creature, the Tuskcutter, as well as that evil bear in the woods. Make trip to Oleg and then gather more information for enemy kingdom. Whether we attack with army or we go in as a quiet operation and take it down from inside.
Maybe someone who travels near and through Oleg's has heard something about this other kingdom.
Well, Corey says that he looks out towards where like some kobolds would be. We don't really have much of an army to attack with.
Yes, such as, that's why we put up posters. King Corey needs you for fight. Or we go in secret style and take kingdom down from inside out.
there is the kingdom option. Now, not all quests can be done like this, and in fact, I will work with you if you really want to do this. Some of the I will also state plainly, kind of pulling us out from the immersion for just half a second. Some quests are meant to be done personally. It's a little bit more fun that way, I think. But like, it is up to you. The option always remains you. If you guys have the money or the larders to feed, because when you hire someone, you begin to get taxed a food, and if you don't have the food, you get unrest in your kingdom. When you hire armies. You could solve this by just getting a big enough army for Kingmaker, hiring enough people from Bravoy, from Jamandi, and just sending them out to deal with the problem.
I like to get hands in situation, but it is King's opinion that matters most.
Well, now that I think about it, there are some doors within the kingdom of Bravoy that might be able to help us.
You
We can
could
go in with small operation.
you could travel up to Oleg's or send a missive from this kingdom. Send one of the kobolds or somebody who regularly walks up and down the roads to the mine, anyways. You could send one of the kobolds or a messenger or anybody to Oleg's, and they could send. It'd be like 5 days to get an army, as long as you sent them with the money. Or you could go
Ragtag
yourself. You could ragtag this. It's up to you.
But
I
yes,
personally
Corey,
would like to go in as a small group, take them out from the inside.
yes.
But it's a group decision, I think.
Corey's also thinking about how expensive an army would be to pay for with a tiny
Exactly.
village.
This is why we train up on monsters outside of kingdom, and then we make word for kingdom and information.
I think Corey would still want to like send like word out through Oleg to get like some dwarves to like come migrate to the kingdom, but probably don't want to like do a full army thing.
Like have citizen dwarves, or you mean have army built?
I'm looking at the companion guide.
Citizen dwarves.
And I have information to share with you that is relevant because you just befriended Amiri, and Amiri is now unless you do something severe to make her go away, she is a friend enough that you can there's some pushback, but like you'd have to really step on her toes to like get her to like decrease some friendship and be an initiate, or to be just an ally, and then again decrease to get her to leave. So you'd have to really fuck up twice. She's now a relative friend, and because you are level 4 and plus, there are feats that are available to you. There's like a triumphant boast feat called "You relate a loud and impressive tale of your triumph." Miri teaches you how to boast in the way of the Kelid lords. There's the feat that's not natural. You master it. Surviving in the wild has given you a sort of sixth sense when things comes to noticing creatures that aren't part of the natural order, like anything that's a aberration, fey, mutant, or undead, which is what she constantly does to Jaethal. That's not natural.
That shit ain't right.
There's a feat called at level 6 called "Say That Again," and if an opponent gets a critical failure when attempting to demoralize or lie to you, the world is full of obnoxious weasels who think they can pull one over on you or put you in their place. When an adjacent creature attempts to lie to you or demoralize you, you instead make a shove attempt at that opponent. If combat results, you roll intimidation for your initiative check.
Nice.
There's also at level 12 feat, her highest companion feat, Too Angry to Die. The trigger is you stand up from prone after waking up from being unconscious. You refuse to yield in battle even after being knocked to your feet and nearly killed, which is what Amiri does. She teaches you the way of being too fucking angry to die.
Oh, that makes me happy.
Also, you have some options. Higher level, this one won't matter, but so I'll go ahead and throw it out. So it's not immediate right now. It costs like 58 RP resource points, which is a shitload at the beginning. Like you guys won't have that to like level 5 as a kingdom, and you're still level 1. It's a gladiatorial arena. She teaches you how to make a fight pit.
That's sick. But yes, Corey, with options two-way in hand, we have allies in our little group. We could send a word to Oleg's to have. Now, did you say citizens, or do you want to make like a mini militia to bring with us?
I think we should investigate this ourselves, but it would still be good to have some soldiers move to the kingdom and
Ah, I
become
see.
citizens.
Ah, good idea.
You can also at any point, like the option, like even if you don't want to get an army, like there's an official like army that can be guards, and like they basically regularly patrol your area, keep it safe, and also like they double as guards, but also are your army when you get into the kingdom fighting war mechanics. Now you always have the option to buy an army, which is a little bit more expensive, and honestly, you guys have like 300 gold, and I don't want to tell you how much an army costs. Right, because I don't personally know, but let me take a look.
1,000, son of a.
The army stat blocks, that's what I'm looking for. Army.
I think it would also be worthwhile to have maybe Amiri train some of these citizens here, just like in militia form, just so they're self-reliant when we're gone.
This is true. So we'll have guards, and we'll have the farmers at least know something to protect themselves.
And if some of them feel like it's their calling, they could officially join the army.
Ah, I like the way you think.
We could have
Beaky as
like
head general. Wait, no,
mandatory like training for our citizens.
Oh, like Amiri just regularly is getting everybody to do Tai Chi in the morning.
Yeah, everybody do your push-ups.
Well, kind of like a lesser form of like mandatory military service in real life is what I was thinking. Like we'll train them up, and so they know how to protect themselves when we're gone. But like if anyone feels like it's their calling, they could officially join us in the army as well. That was my idea. that I had just now.
Oh, if you're
What
a
do you think?
leader, here's the rules. Here's the rules for Kingmaker. If you're a leader of a kingdom, the fact is sufficient for you to recruit. That fact alone is sufficient for you to recruit armies from your citizens. If you are not the leader of a kingdom, the GM may decide that you need to achieve some sort of in-game accomplishment to earn the respect and renown needed to raise an army. Being able to recruit a monster army usually requires a special quest or adventure. You can't simply recruit an army of goblins to serve you because you found a tribe of goblins living in your kingdom. It does not mention the cost. Cost to recruit army PF2E. Thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to cut in with that. I will be quiet while I look and you guys figure out what you're doing.
What do you two think about that?
I think it's a good idea.
Sure.
That didn't
Well,
sound very sure. If you have doubts, just speak plainly. You normally do.
I said sure, did I not?
Perhaps it was tone.
I think that's what it was.
It is Dwarven way. So yes, make way through forest, check out creatures and locations we have been advised of, make trip to Oleg, and then come back to investigate the Rogue Kingdom.
And at some point, I'll find time to talk to Mary about maybe training up these farmers, at least a little bit.
Yes. Perhaps during our journeys.
So I don't. Each army has a consumption level, which is the amount of food points it takes, and you guys aren't generating any food because you don't have any farms yet. So you just like kind of like a fishing village, basically
we have
off Tuskwater.
farmers, but no farms.
The farms have not produced anything yet, but it does not list a cost yet to hire them. So there's no gold costs. It's just when you hire these people, it is going to begin consuming food that you like, food resources you don't yet have. So you basically take the recruit army downtime leadership action. You roll if you recruit. It basically says this: either you recruit an army from your kingdom citizens, or you secure the allegiance of specialized army you encountered in stolen lands. If you're recruiting an army from your kingdom citizens, choose one of the basic armies listed at page 570, which includes things like infantry, cavalry, skirmishers, sieging, and stuff like that. You can level up your armies. You can do a lot of different things. There's like the green. There's options such as lizard folk defenders later.
Oh yeah.
But it doesn't say anything about gold. So you can just hit a basic medieval like yeomanry situation where like, I'm not paying you. You live here under my domain.
It's like, why would I pay you extra? You live here. I've given you a roof.
At best, I'll feed
But
you.
there is an option if you guys want like just random dwarves to live here. You can do what's called hire a hireling. There's another mechanic that's just across all the campaigns, like just like for random D&D thought. Like you can go into town and hire an adventurer or hire someone who's like a mercenary. So if there are dwarven mercenaries in Brevoy, you can definitely hire them, Corey, for gold.
Sounds like plan.
Yeah, I'm not against that. I'm just not sure it's worth a trip right now.
Yeah, we can at least start migrating dwarven citizens to Helm. We'll put out news aside from people we've already been getting.
So, how soon do you think we should tackle the problem of this enemy kingdom then?
That's probably the next most pressing thing.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, how long would it take to go to journey from here to there?
Then
take-
maybe
You
we
see-
should do like a scouting trip.
You
Scout out
see
the surroundings.
them standing at a distance from each other and a kind of apart from each other, entering into the room, like at least arm's length away from each other. A blushing Lindsay and Amiri enter in after it's been some time, but they finally entered into the room. So, right, we had something we were doing, guys.
Yes. Plan of action has been made. Now whether we act upon it, we shall see. We are believing to go into a circular route of objectives. If not, we can also take a look at the rogue kingdom that is approached.
Yes, Corey thinks our most pressing, and it is our most pressing concern, is that enemy kingdom. So I was suggesting we go on a scouting trip.
Hey, I'm down to fight. Well, as long as the king says it's okay if I cut down whoever the problem. Like, as long as you're not gonna get mad later over some diplomacy stuff.
Ah, he's fine, I'd imagine. The rogue kingdom thinking he owns all who exist on plane.
What do you say, short and stocky?
When she mentions diplomacy, Corey grits his teeth a little bit, thinking of earlier.
See, look at that. King ready for fight.
Even though it's unrelated diplomacy.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
he's still here.
if we can, I think it'd be worthwhile to recruit their citizens for our kingdom. As soon as their king is dealt with, of course.
I think I might be missing some info. And like she turns to Lindsay. Well, Amiri, I think like Fekro is suggesting we recruit Hargulka's monsters.
They have monsters? What kind? He's
I've been taking notes from everything that everybody's been saying around town, and all that we really know is they're like the farmers have heard word from other people who live kind of are pressing into the outer reaches. They don't want to live straight up in town, but they want to live in our kingdom. They're coming to settle in the wider like areas. They're kind of just like freeholding it. Hargulk has been harassing a lot of people up in the Greenbelt. Occasionally, like somebody will run into a troll, or like there's been really bad sounds of like creatures in the area. There's some wolf pack that's like messing with people some farmers every now and then just a bunch of different creatures that people generally don't like are making trouble for this area. The Tuskwater Greenbelt region, the area that she gave us.
Well, not all can be diplomatic.
And I'm gonna say Clumsy is not on the meeting anymore. You can't be honestly telling me you want to take in a bunch of ogres and trolls and things.
Well, if they wish to join, then they can. We will not force them. If they wish to kill us, and we take
Then
them.
we kill them first.
It is those who accept change and who want to live a better life.
That's not
Why don't you at
natural.
least try?
That's not natural. It's just
You say
don't-
this as you look at me. Wait, what? There we go.
she again swallows her tongue because it comes out of her like quicker than she like. It's just the way she's raised, really. And again, I think that's a funny excuse sometimes. It's just how I was raised, man. I don't like those people, but I'm not like a speciesist or something.
And that is fair.
She swallows her tongue again and just, all right, you are decent, both of you, and she like sets a hand on both the shoulders of you, Dex, and you, Fekro. Lindsay likes you. I like you. Harem likes you, don't you, Harem? Oh yeah, they're pretty good. The Fekro makes a good cup of tea, and he nods.
Yeah.
Jaethal, don't ask me anything.
It's fine. Right, Jaethal?
She turned the corners of her mouth turn up in the most unsettling, like Wednesday
Just a
Addams
smile.
fucked up smile you've ever seen.
I reciprocate with as much of a smile as the skeletal face can give.
Yeah.
I just give her a thumbs up if anything.
Well, here's my perspective. People still look at my people as monsters, but I see the capacity for monsters to be within everyone.
This is true.
Corey is staring at Dex as he says this.
Which part?
Make me a perception check because
Not,
you're the
not Dex, Fekra.
Oh.
the two of you, Dex and Fekro, make a perception check as you say this. It is going to be a expert check that is very hard.
Let's go, baby. We love those.
Nice.
Nat 20, let's go.
Let's go.
Fekro, you did not succeed, but Dex, you okay, so you didn't.
Empty sockets laid up again.
You succeed. Well, no, because you rolled a d20, didn't you? So not only do you succeed, it goes up a step. So it's a crit success. Let me check what happens on a perception crit success.
I see all of reality. I see us. Like, wait a minute. Becomes meta.
It is immediately apparent to you that what he set something off in Amiri, and Amiri is just looking at the ground, and her complete demeanor has changed when he mentions that not only certain creatures are monsters, but I see the capacity to be monsters in everyone. Amiri has, like, her mirthful, generally relaxed posture has, like, given way to, like, she is, like, tightening her grip on her blade and, like, easing it up and, like, slots the blade back in its position on her back. She took it personally, very personally.
I see.
And to be honest, I'm running from my past. I'm trying to be less of a monster.
Really, no. And, like, you hear Amiri just kind of speaking at the ground. She's not even looking at you. She's just speaking at the dirt. I wouldn't think that you would need to run from much. That's not like you're anything noteworthy, Fekro. You're a goblin who likes to burn things down and steal things likely. It is pretty typical for behavior for your people. About fit, right? Or am I wrong? Is there some great misdeed that you've done? Like, and she smiles, like, please do regale me with the horrible depths of your depravity.
I don't think I will.
I don't think any of you in here really know what depraved looks like.
Do you?
What's the finest food you've ever eaten off of the 15 naked women in a room? Have you ever tasted the depths of a blood sacrifice at the height of a deep mooning, a deep blue moon?
My eyes kind of just like glare, look over to Jaethal, but quietly when she says that, just wait a minute.
It's very nice occasionally to watch some of you pretend to be heroes and pretend to feel bad about certain very, very bad, awful things you've done, but none of you have any measure on what a real life-changing event would be. Yeah, I think some of you, and it is Amiri who steps forward, and she is going to walk up to Jaethal and just open palm slap her.
Oh my goodness.
And
Oh, well.
Jaethal is not a champion for no reason. Amiri comes across the room. It's obvious what she's doing. I mean, Amiri's frustrated, angry, emotional, and Jaethal sees it coming a mile away, and doesn't crit fail, so like she's not tripped or anything. But Jaethal just kind of like weaves and ducks every hit from the barbarian, who's just like, you have no idea what it's like to do something depraved because you don't care about anything. You you undead bitch. Oh, I care about a great deal of things. That is why I am able to enjoy anything at all. Now, if you drop your silly pretenses and quit playing the hero all the time, you probably would enjoy yourself a little bit more. As for the rest of you, King, Corey, I appreciate you all letting me live here, but I have never hid what I am, and we have maintained relatively amicable. You don't need to be some legendary hero of the people to have a reasonable life amongst other people. You can have different rules for different people. So I stab some people in the back, and I eat some people's blood. And at this, many of the civilians are getting a little bit more uncomfortable, Corey. But I have different rules for you people. I would never do anything to anybody here. It doesn't serve me anything. That's such a plain thing to see.
Can Corey take what she said like literally there and do a legal lore skill check?
I'm interested in what you're trying to do here before I set the difficulty and let you roll.
I'm wondering.
like she said, like it's normal to have like rules for different groups, and I'm thinking like legally like legal protections for like two different like groups or races of people.
Oh yeah, no, like make me a legal lore roll. I will set.
It's partially like for the lulz more than anything.
I can actually do.
Hey.
It's a success, and it's enough for you to know that throughout history of Galarian, plenty of early pre-socialized like the most cosmopolitan land in all of the places you sailed away from, that you lived maybe a day or two's journey away from near Atari, Corey, and Dex and Fekro. Absalom is the New York of Galarian, and it's the most cosmopolitan place in the world, but it is recent, and recent within the last 100 or 200 years. It is not unheard of for different kingdoms to have different laws for different groups of races, or even different groups of peoples. Like there are the servant class, and then there is the elite, and then there are the slaves, and then there are the not slaves. And there are those who are goblins who have no rights outside of maybe Absalom and a few other places, who are outlaws because they're filthy creatures, generally pests. And then there are,
or they have a protection contract.
Under goblins, knowing that they're usually not welcome, don't consider other people welcome. It's a mutual disagreement and frustration in the goblin kind. And so you work with people who will protect you and will put up with you, and usually those people are not up and up people. What she has said is not historically wrong. Incorrect, at least. You can't catch her on a technicality, but it's not recent law. Recent law doesn't do this. Then again,
So
she's an elf.
There's more like ancient practice.
Yeah.
Joke's on you, Jaethal. Me and Dex were named heroes.
You feel good about that? I mean, honestly, did you risked life and limb for? And from what I've heard, I've overheard the Kellett here speak. You you risk life and limb for a bunch of idiot fish town workers to kill a dragon that could have easily killed you if it was a year or two older. And what did they pay you? Like a pittance of gold for getting rid of such a deadly threat? I mean,
You know,
really.
it did feel good, yes. It was
It
different
is-
from my old life,
There's
where
not-
all I would do is steal and murder and just generally be a nuisance to society. So yes, it did feel good to help people for once. And I gained a brother out of it.
She doesn't say anything. It's not even a sly smile, but it's a kind of a sneer to you. I have no problem with us hiring a kingdom full of monsters. If it makes our kingdom stronger, we can use them and send them off to do whatever we need to. King Cordy, the ball is in your court.
Hey,
I am
we
not
agree on
going.
something.
I am not going to moralize on anybody about good and evil and the absolute imperatives.
Hey, maybe we can be friends, Jaethal. You just agreed with me. At least partially.
Yes, that is quite plainly. I see this everywhere I go. I have lived long enough to see some very, very stupid opinions and very stupid people, but simply because I call something different, and because I subscribe to something you all do not believe in, and I live in a certain way, and I am a certain thing. You have the notion that it's just wrong. Wrong is a construct. Amiri is seething, but she's not going to make an idiot of herself trying to strike her again, and she walks out of the room. She brushes past the baker and you, Fekro, and there is, for a moment, half tears in her eyes.
I'll turn around. Lindsay, you might want to go check on that.
Oh, right. Right, guys. I thought I was supposed to take notes, but you're right. Here, and she hands you her book.
Worry not, I got it.
I'll write down what Lindsay just said.
Like verbatim, and you notice like there's no way you can keep up with the pace. She writes down every fucking thing you all say with like a rate that is like a stenographer would be impressed.
I look at it, it just says Dex takes a breath. Does he? Question mark. Breath? Maybe? Who knows?
Yeah, it's complete stream of consciousness, and it's so much that you're like, how the fuck does she write this much without an automatic quill?
Well, that was a situation, yes, Sekiro? Perhaps this is something we touch on at a later date.
So, are we going to be heading out to acquire some new servants for the kingdom, or no? We topple a king. It is your right to begin to parlay and partake in the wonderful game of politics, Corey. You have decided to ascend to a throne, and I am sure you we're perfectly capable and aware of all the intricacies of that. I'm sure all the reading and all that fancy little book you have will educate you perfectly finely on the politics that you have clearly ready for. So why don't you step down to that big bad Hargolka, we don't even know what he is, and take your rightful people as a tribute.
Before I go any further, can I do a recall knowledge check on like this sort of like thought that Dex, I keep saying Dex, Fekro and Jaethal have about like taking the monsters for ourselves. Because this seems like a crazy idea to like me as a player, but this might be something that like the dwarves of this universe are like familiar with, and it's like, hey, that's a good idea.
This is an interesting conversation that has just happened.
Like, I'm actually not sure how a dwarf should be like reacting to this situation.
Wanting to add like more species.
clarify for me your question. What is your question for your recall knowledge, so I can know how to answer you?
Is like trying to tame like these sort of like ogres and like other monsters that we're referring to, like something that dwarves have done and have found successful, or is it considered like a bad idea or one that's like doomed to fail kind of thing?
I imagine we're looking for not really to like conquer them, but more like if there's somebody who doesn't want to live there because they were only circumstantially made to live there.
Well, keep in mind, all Corey's heard about is like ogres and trolls and stuff,
Oh,
so
yeah.
that's what he's thinking of for this recall knowledge check.
Right.
I mean, they seem like dumb enough races that they do whoever fed them and allowed them to live there. I mean, there's a clear risk that anytime you take in a creature like this, that like they're a danger to your people if you don't properly corral them, Corey. But I mean, it's a thing that like
Corey looks to the owlbear over here.
yeah, like
Just befriend Mickey.
if you don't properly corral like a bunch of monsters, like they're probably a danger to your people. But like they're stupid enough, or at least you feel like these creatures are like stupid enough creatures from the Book of Grudges that like they and everything you know about the other lesser races that generally they do what you tell them to do. If you gave them food and a place to live and a hide, I mean the kobolds have done it. I don't get to tell it. You don't get to know whether or not you rolled a success or not, but that is what you know.
I mean, Corey thinks to the kobolds where he's been kind of having to like spell things out for them with a lot of things. Like I think Corey like sees the usefulness of the kobolds, but he's not very like impressed by them so far. And also like thinking to the owl bear, and it's like I feel free to correct me, but I think we actually had like an issue with the owl bear, and Corey's probably like thinking that like even if we could tame one of these, it's might not be worth the effort that we'd have to go through to do that. It might be like more dangerous than it's worth.
Me hanging out with Beaky.
You actually, I was going to ask for. I will let you roll a separate recall knowledge because it is related to your question, but not your direct question. Roll me a second recall knowledge, and if you succeed, I'll give you info. If you don't, I'll just say it doesn't even occur to your mind what you might think of. I'm going to say that this is a hard but trained task, and that means you fail, so you get no knowledge. So the second thing doesn't even occur to you, Corey. There, for your mind flips to something, but for it's and neither here nor there.
All right.
You
keep your secrets.
it's enough for you to just know that the lesser races can be tamed, but it's dangerous, and you're allowed to feel however you feel about that as a player character. If you don't feel like going through the hassle of dealing with these monsters, like they're monsters, just kill them. I smile my big.
This whole time, Harlan.
I smile my big evil smile.
And see, I find nothing wrong with if they die, they die. But if they want to live a better life, then why not give them the opportunity to do so? But if their nature is literally to just eat people, then I will not change their nature.
What is Silent's take on all this? Or at least, what do you do? What is your...
I'm just sitting back enjoying the show.
Nice. Amiri and Lindsay will be engaged for the next 30 minutes till 12:15 unless you interrupt them. The baker says, right, well, and he, with the rest of some of the lesser, or some of, not lesser, that isn't always a judgment statement. We do not use that unless it is appropriate for me, the GM, to be playing the position to say certain information at certain times. Again, disclaimer for the stream, everybody out of character. Sometimes I say things as the voice of your conscience because you're recalling things. They are not always my personally held opinions. Especially when I'm playing a character that doesn't agree with my own beliefs. The baker says, "All right then," and he heads out with the other two women who are farmers, especially Shima, who seems very disturbed at Jaethal, and he is going to head out the back. I mean, for Razma, you people really look like you've seen a ghost. Did I say anything so shocking to your poor sensibilities? This is why I usually do not speak, because you're not ready to hear it.
Well, Jaethal, even if we have somewhat differing opinions, since as you are self-proclaimed so long-lived, you could give us some, assistance, speak your mind on things that we could be potentially doing wrong. We're all new to this.
Well, I will tell you this much. Many of you are incredibly naive. Do not believe every word you say, and do not believe every word that other people say to you. A king, as she turns and addresses you down, basically with her eyes, a king combs his beard. A king looks regal. A king makes people feel like they are standing in front of a king. A king does not always directly do things. Hire some people, make them feel impressed, make them come into a different room where you're sitting on an impressive throne, make there be weight to your name. Play the game of politics, because if you can't play it now, you're definitely not going to be able to play it later. Learn, train yourself, like you're playing chess. And for God's sake, if we're going to believe in the concept of saving people, at least learn a little bit about the people you want to save and see if they even care to be saved at all. And here's my last piece of info. Do not ever give away what you're going for, and always get more intel on the other person than they ever get on you. To that end, she turns to Silen. You have been delightfully quiet and kept your cards close to the vest, like anyone worth any of their salt is, and as a spy master, I commend you. I'm going to go eat the black broth now.
Jaethal, before you go, I have a genuine question for you.
Yes.
Do you want and or need to be saved?
I look over.
I ask this genuinely. No.
Roll make an impression, and I will then, depending on how well you do, let you make a perception roll. Like you're going to perceive a micro expression on her. But only
You said
if you
make an impression?
Make an impression first. Target her and make an impression.
I believe in
Got
you,
it.
buddy.
You hit some armor piercing words, basically.
Ooh.
I've been doing that a lot today, haven't I?
You really have. Loading up the armor-piercing conversation topic.
She smirks and says, I'm not so easily rattled.
Well, I wasn't trying. Enjoy your stew.
Everyone is trying something, Goblin.
I was trying to make a friend.
You believe that for now. There is even ulterior motives that you do not understand.
Welcome to Fekro. Do I have ulterior motive?
You can hear her step into the other room where the kobolds are and begin shouting, "Someone get me a seat!"
Well, that was a bit of topic discussion.
Shall we go topple another kingdom now?
Well, it will get minds off of the situation, then best.
That was
Say, buddy.
he steps forward. Harem is his noteworthy silent self, usually relatively calm, and he steps forward. He says, "Now, though the end of all things be coming, decorum, even amongst dwarves who know it's coming, is best. She did not treat you like a king deserves." And he pats the front of Corey's jacket a little bit dotingly and you're a little worried as he touches your equipment if something's gonna happen, Corey. But he straightens things on you. He says, "Now, my king, even if this kingdom won't stand, she did have points that were worth hearing, but her spirit did not say them from the right place. Kingdoms fall, but they usually fall from the failures of their people somewhere around," and he points at your heart. And then he points at your head. "I know that Grotus leads men to understand some deep, broken things about themselves, and usually I can make peace with the things about myself. Now, Corey, you've got some flaws, as we all do, and it's not my place as a dwarf under my liege to say what your flaws are. But you're smart, think about them, fix them, and this kingdom won't fall for maybe another 100 years. Maybe 200. The Dwarven kingdoms last a while. 500. Who knows how long it'll take Grotus to make everything fall apart. But it will fall. Just be sure of that. And maybe there's some worth in doing this in the meantime. We gotta occupy ourselves. And besides, I'll be coming with all of you. I'd really like to see he's in a better mood than normal. I would like to see a dwarven ruin, and I'm willing to beat the shit out of some trolls if I have to do it. Now, it's up to you whether or not we beat the shit out of them and then kill them, or we beat the shit out of them and just leave them alone, my liege. But I am your faithful kin and servant, and whatever you ask, I'll do it."
We'll have to see what the situation is when we get there, but and Corey grits his teeth again. I do not need diplomacy lessons from a goddamn elf.
No, you do not. You're young, a little bit younger than I am. Or no, actually not. You were that's the other half of why he's speaking to you so respectfully. Harem, it occurs to you, especially the shorn length of his beard. He is but a boy, and it dawns on you, Corey, that like this dwarf, as dour he is, he's like somewhere in his 30s. He's incredibly dour for someone so young, especially a dwarf.
Oh,
he's barely a boy, and he feels like
Oh god, he's an emo dwarf.
I was gonna say, oh no, he's emo.
he's like 29, basically.
Beautiful.
He's younger than I am, and I'm a human. Now, if you all don't mind, I'll be packing up the things, and it occurs to you that he will be touching the cart and things if you let him.
Oh dear.
I'll be packing up everything for the road.
Perhaps I should help you.
Oh, there's no need. I know how to pack a cart.
Well, actually, I think I'm the only one who's made the connection on that with Harem, so
Yeah, that is fair.
unless like Dex wants to like observe him doing this and try to come to the connection or connection himself on it.
Yeah, if you want to watch him as he packs the cart up and help him, Dex, and make a perception check for me, as things definitely go wrong with everything he touches.
Yeah, it is more connecting the dots than is this actually happening kind of thing.
I see.
Shall we bring the full party?
Probably not at the moment. Tensions are high.
Do not mind the barbarian. She is a strong and sturdy woman. She will not be broken by the words. She has not been broken by much else. I hear it from Grotus. She's gone through things, and she will find her way.
Me thinking back to the werewolf that like flown her across the room several times. She did get back up every time.
Every
What
time
do we
she
leave
will,
behind then?
until the last time when we all die. But
And then you're me.
he actually does look at you when you say that, and he says, "Now I don't mean to make a sharp point of it. I don't like the elf. You are something, not bad, just something. But
Dex puzzles the doors.
let me see. I'm pulling up the notes on specifically Harem, so I know how Harem should feel about you, especially after everything you've done so far. Especially because the domain of Garodus is near someone who is related to your condition.
Condition.
Is there a cure? Just resurrection? Huh, well, who knew
Don't
it'd be
you
that
dare
simple?
make fun of my friend's condition.
Um,
Scroll.
scroll. Harem enjoys you've learned this over the days, enjoys a deep philosophical debate around the campfire and can be an incredibly loyal companion to anyone who proves themselves a semi-decent person within his moral framework. He enjoys having a philosophical discussion, hashing things out. He is of a smaller cult-like sect of belief. Worship of Grodus is usually related to people who are, for better of a modern term that it would be used in our world, is doomsday preppers and doomsayers and doom scrollers. So they're not exactly popular people. So he knows what it's like to have an unpopular belief, but he's generally, as you get to know him, not a bad person. And his beliefs aren't antithetical. He doesn't believe good is evil and evil is good or anything like that. But he does pontificate on the end of all things, and very much stresses to everybody else that it's refreshing and good for them if they consider all the time that everything will end. And he's being genuine about that. He thinks it will help you if you think about the end of all things. He turns to you and says, "You're not a quite right case, and you shouldn't take the conclusion that everyone else will be like you."
As in, alive again or dead? I was referring to the dead part, not coming back as me. I do not wish that for many, if at all, any.
Really? And he make me are you lying to him?
I am not. I am a very confused creature with no knowledge of his past and with just simple whims to guide him. He does not wish this upon many, nor any. The fact of being lost confuses and scares him occasionally. That's why he has such an upbeat attitude.
He makes a critical success and has a solid idea of your true intentions. Because I set the difficulty to be about a 12. It was easy. He says, "You really don't want anybody else to be undead, do you?"
No, not really.
Skeleton, this is rare coming from a dwarf, so count it as a lot. You are all right. The other one, not so much. Maybe you don't hang out with her just because you have a similar problem. You have cheated.
You all right, Skelly boy?
You have
Rattles
cheated.
with joy.
You have cheated for Rasma, and for what you tell me, not on purpose. So I don't think it's exactly. No one knows why the gods do things, and sometimes dust dances in the wind. But you are in a particular situation with my god. See, Grodus watches over the boneyard for Pharasma, and he kind of launches into a tirade about like Grodus's entire role within Pharasma. But Pharasma is the overlord of my lord, and Grodus is patiently awaiting the end when Pharasma collects and packs up the last souls in the last cycle, and then Grodus packs up the entire universe in the dust of every star. You have kind of cheated things for the mistress of my lord, but not on purpose. But just
I'd like to know how and why.
don't look into it too much. And people could fix it for you. I don't imagine you want that. It's not my place. I'm not suggesting to kill you right here now. But the gods have reasons. If you don't know why it happened and you didn't do it, the gods have reasons. Besides, you'll still drop down eventually. When Grotus comes, or long before then, when someone smacks you with a club.
I agree. Thank you. Your kind words reach.
See, I'm not really that bad. People think I'm always dour, but it's just they don't understand it.
I never think that.
The elf was right about one thing, if she could be right about anything. And it's that people don't understand viewpoints that aren't their own. Often. And they don't really care to. Now, I'm going to keep getting... and roll me a perception check, Dex. This one is going to be a 22. You just need to check and see if you pick up on the fact that he is...
Wow.
He is disintegrating things practically when he touches them, Dex. Like his touch is corrosive. Not literally. There's like acid coming out of him, but like you follow behind him, and a nail comes undone. A tie, I think, a pin to one of the cart's wheels. You have to place it back after he walks by it.
I'm just kind of like subtly doing it that way he doesn't feel bad about it.
All right, I think I've got everything packed up. I think I've got the horses ready.
Mm-hmm.
We can leave Amiri today. I will be your warrior today.
Ooh. Can we bring our kobold friend today? We haven't taken him on any adventures yet.
Which one? There's a lot of them around here.
I was
Warrior.
going to say the same.
I haven't learned to tell them apart. You mean
Which one is...
You mean Micmac?
Yeah.
Right then. And he calls out, Micmac, and like popping around the corner, like bopping and popping around, like slapping feet left and right, waddling, like speed waddling with its tail slinking behind him. He's like, he ends up with his little yellow bull helmet sliding forward, and his little
It's still wounded.
I'll fix that. He slides forward, he slides to a stop, and his little helmet comes to cover his eyes, and he pushes it back. Mac, you're coming with us today, sir. Mac.
Yay!
And he rips off his tunic, and he throws down his worker's helm, and it's just his regular combat gear, and several spears that he has on him.
Welcome to the adventure.
Mac. It's good to see you guys. I'm glad to be able to help the boss, and maybe if I prove myself, the boss will make an advance. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Advanced investment.
Glorious. That was
That's
not
so
expecting
good.
to see that created. It's something I never thought I'd see. All right. So
All right,
let us see.
I will say he is gonna be Harem, and everybody else is level 4. So I will say Micmac is a level 4 warrior, which means he's going to be just shy of. He doesn't have great equipment unless you give him something. He's got nothing but basically wooden spears, but he is.
I wonder if he's good with with martial weapons.
What are you good at using, Micmac?
Just surround him. What equipment you need?
I start going through the party stash. Can you use a longsword?
Mac,
If you can use a long sword, I'm giving him the flaming sword.
Mac, he's kind of like too tall for me and stuff. Like he's weighted at the tip, or not the heft.
I see.
I show him
What about-
Chief for Micmac?
I show him the smoking sword.
Is that like a shorter one?
What about a sickle?
Oh yeah.
Do you know how to use a sickle?
Yeah. Like we farm every now and then.
Perfect. Give him the cold steel one. Wait, where'd he
Do you want to use this cold iron sickle?
He vanished into thin air. Yes, Corey, what is wrong? What is wrong with Beaky? He is best bird friend. He is now trained not to eat kobold, which was a bit of an awkward situation to explain to others.
I am trying to scale him to level 4, and it's not letting me do it.
I'll also ask him if he wants some leather armor.
Corey has Dwarven OSHA flashbacks.
Of the Micmac or the Beaky? Or the owlbear?
Beaky.
Would it scare you to know that that's a baby? It is but adolescent. It is not even full grown.
How to use the PF2E module scale to level.
Oh yeah. I guess I'll have Sweet Ken send transit messages back and forth from Oleg's and us. I'm gonna go ahead and assign one of the kobolds to bring the heads that we've collected for Oleg. The Tetzel worms. That's the word.
You're doing that while I'm playing dress up with Micmac.
Not right. You're going to wear this one and this one. Oh, this will look great on you, friend.
Allow scaling NPCs. Yes.
Ooh, would the stack time look good on you? No, probably not.
To only scale to a single level, set both. Okay. Scaling NPC, please wait. That's not right. Let me test it on a different character. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, technical issues today.
Oh, you're good.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, why would they put the cheese like this? It should have been the other way, where the folds go with the opening of this.
I'm just imagining me like throwing on different leather armors we've gotten from different enemies, trying to see one that fits him. No, too big. No,
I
too
didn't know
tight.
Nick pick up the cooking stuff. This food, it's all wrong. Who prepared this one?
Me looking at the cheese squares that are in this like little like packet. I'm just like, why are you facing this way? You should have opened up this way.
You know, I agree with you.
Like the opening's on one side, but not the other.
Also, someone should find Silent. We're about to go like try to infiltrate a place or scout some place out. He'd be great.
Allow scaling NPCs. I'm going to turn that off, and then I'm going to turn it back on. Because that is the solution to every tech problem.
Of course.
Of course.
Nope.
You know, we better be careful, Fekro. We might end up having a situation where this is outside of this, not Dex talking to you. Hopefully this doesn't turn into a Shadowheart Lae'zel situation.
We come back from our adventure.
It's like, oh god, what happened? Although who knows? Maybe it might become the good half of it, where they become friends at the end.
We should leave Lindsay here for this one.
Yeah, we'll bring a little book.
Well,
I'll take notes for her.
Dex, me and you should take turns writing notes.
I'll drain
Or we
my
should-
brain. I'll empty my brain into a book.
We should both write notes just in case we each miss something, and then we can, compare and give it to Lindsay afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So there is supposed to be a way to scale him to a level, but for the life of me,
He's a supportive NPC, not a fighting NPC.
yeah. Option to add an NPC scaler module feature when right-clicking on an NPC. Yeah. Oh, I have to turn off one of them and let the other one do the job. That's because it's like they're both trying to do the same thing.
Now they're clashing.
Yeah, tool belt. I'm sorry, guys. It is going to cause everybody to reload.
It's like, I'll
No,
turn into an
it's all
NPC. No,
falling
I
apart.
will.
Game's over.
The two codes yelling at each other. I'll turn him into an NPC. No, I will.
No, I will. Make.
Exactly.
It would make sense that the code would also be in Dronic.
Code is not bold though. Code bold.
Code bolt.
In the way distant future.
Make. Why is my build failing? Make.
yeah.
I'm trying to save my code, Mac.
I'm trying to automate everything for the boss, but it's not working.
Oh god, Sim City all over again.
Mac, I've been waiting 13 minutes for this code to compile.
Make. Why are these tests not passing? They were working last deployment.
Who put a 2 in my code?
I told you gotta. He walks over to his underling. I told you to stop using magic numbers. It's like,
Make. Why is my T string empty?
all right, and now the tool bench is
Oh.
working. I can
Things look
actually.
different.
Things look different for you. What looks different?
My the panel on the right side that has the like the rolls and everything. It looks slightly different.
Good.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
fine.
I think I'm still rendering. Let me reset mine.
It's not bad. It's just
Uh,
different.
I think it looks the same to me.
Yeah, on the stream, that's what mine used to look like, and it don't look like that no more.
What do you mean you don't look like that?
Like the colors are slightly different. The way things are laid out, it's slightly different.
What are you referring to?
Like on the bottom part,
Right here.
instead of just having where I can change language, and now has where I can change like from public role to private GM role. It's like a drop down now, and
Oh,
I didn't have that
that's-
before.
That's all the same.
Yeah, that should have been that should have been a feature that you should have had. So it probably turned something on for you for turning off one of them.
Probably,
Uh.
but the theming is different too.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Interesting.
It was just interesting.
You'll have to show me later. I'm kind of curious what that looks like now.
Oh, looking at the like the heads-up display, like things used to have color and now it doesn't. It's black and white.
Okay, streamer screen. I'm kind of curious what's going on now with you.
It's interesting.
You didn't just turn on your night filter, did you?
Here, let me fix it. Everyone will reboot again.
Oh, interesting. Huh.
Yeah, it looks different now.
Sorry, streamer viewers.
Maybe turning it off and back on will fix it.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I really desperately hope so. Like, I want to be able to scale the NPCs.
But did you see what I meant, Dex?
Yeah, I saw. You had like an additional drop-down bar, and then your little bottom left icons are all like not what's the word? Not categorized via color. That's the word.
Hey, why does the goblin get extra features?
It actually, in fact, he lost features.
I lost color.
Gained one, lost one.
Hey, it's back to normal.
Yes.
Like it never even happened.
Exactly.
Silent has not been speaking, and I want to involve him more. So we will be addressing him as we head out. To
No, no,
Does
we're good,
silence
we're
talk
good.
when it doesn't involve waterboarding someone?
yeah,
Were you saying so?
No, no, we good, we good.
He's like, I like to be in the background.
Silent only speaks in waterboarding sessions.
He only speaks in the language of waterboarding. Glub 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 glub. I don't know anything. Glub 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 glub.
And God, it seems like he knows every language under the sun, and would be surprised if he actually knows some aquatic.
Yeah, I don't know every language under the sun. I just know enough to get me by.
Sounds like someone a polyglot would say.
Oh, Corey, if you take a look when you go into the resource bars, like the influence bars, I don't know if those are showing up for you. At the bottom of the list, I added a new resource bar. You notice that about 50, what you would have said 15, but now 14 shades. Corey Harem's deep blue dagger will be a complete jet black.
Oh my!
It has gone down a single shade.
Don't let this go black. Is now jet black, almost the near darkest color. It's like, oh.
I could see it shades of blue black now.
It's like,
What tab did you say it was?
It's under the so in the actor section in the top left, token controls, all the way at the bottom, the resources tracker. It'll pop that open for you, and at the bottom, it shows all everybody's influence, but it also shows Harem's Blackening Clan dagger.
Oh.
I don't see a clan dagger thing.
Really?
I just have the influencers showing for me.
Visible to others. I had to turn that on.
Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Oh God. Wait a minute. $14 out of 15. Exactly.
What in the goddamn?
Huh. I didn't realize we got a mirror's influence that high.
Yeah. Jaethal has kind of been fluctuating with me. It's a mess, but I'm trying.
Tartuccio.
Prazel's token, and we're just going to imagine that Prazel is Micmac. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate this. Gonna do a little bit of fuckery here.
Mm-hmm.
And as we do it live, guys.
You get that clip?
Yep.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live.
Beautiful. I mean, very intermission is going to be another minute or two. I might pause for a minute here.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and take a step away. We can actually all take a step away. Even viewers, if you'd like to pause for only 5 minutes, we will be right back.
All right, BRB.
Mm-hmm.
So Dex, how are you and Jaethal going?
Yes.
Non-canon conversation.
Oh, yes. It's going.
So how long have you two been together?
Not at all. We are friends. At least I think we are.
Until it's a peach incident.
And I just wanted to be buddies. I wasn't expecting that turn of events.
Sure, tell it to the judge.
What judge? Wait a minute.
Judge
Perception is
Corey
needed.
in the house.
Hold up.
Da, 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 da.
Da, 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 da. Dun, da, da, dun. Oh, there we go.
Courthouse AU.
Corey, I'll say
That's
you.
rude.
There you go.
Dex is a
Made a journey.
Dex is an advocate of some kind.
What do you mean?
What's it? Hold on. Dex would be
What is Dex? Question mark.
Who is Dex?
Why is Dex?
so Corey is a judge, obviously.
Oh, I see.
Dex would be an advocate.
I thought it'd be the bailiff.
Silent would be the prosecutor,
Would I?
and I would be a defense attorney.
Everybody's asking what is Dex, but nobody asks how is Dex.
Doing good when I don't think about my existential crisis of why I exist. That's gonna
We're
be
just
the real
talking to-
dialogue when somebody finds that out. That Dex is having an existential dread crisis all the time.
I'm Michael Jordan. Stop it. Get some help.
We're talking about the courthouse AU.
Oh, courthouse AU. Nah, I had to be a
What?
bailiff.
What, the Corey house AU?
Well, I made the joke already. You weren't here. King Corey in the house. Dun 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 dun.
Judge Corey, bailiff Dex, defense attorney Fekro.
All rise for Judge Corey. He is in the house.
Nice.
I need the reassembling noise.
Just reverse it and upload it.
I mean, I need the there's a Lego building sound. I need that one. I just need to figure out what I can move around.
What must I do?
There's a sacrifice I need to make. One sec.
You have the strength to do it.
Unless.
Tilly
That's
would be
why-
the defendant.
Where's my boosters?
What am I prosecuting Tilly against?
What aren't you prosecuting her against?
This is also true.
We would be both in the same chair if we were
My
doing
God,
that.
it makes the token, but somewhere else. It's been working, but it's in dropping it in some random ass fucking location. Oh my God, I'm gonna throw my desk. All right,
I hit the booster server 3 more times if I wanted to add more.
What?
Yahoo.
What the fuck?
What in the goddamn?
So where have they been spawning this?
it's in a folder just titled Level 4. Not, I don't know
Oh.
why it would do that. It's in a tiny black folder, so I don't notice it because it's like randomly colored black like that.
What is that? What the fuck is that?
All right, scale to level. He's gonna be level 4, so he is a tough little critter now. And I'm joining him to the party. And there you go, Mick like he was never gone.
Mick.
Armed with a cold iron sickle and leather armor.
Becon mini Thor Cobalt. You're no longer needed.
All right, Mick says, I got it. Sorry about all that, guys. I hate when I break the flow. We have precious time to spare as it is. Mick says, all right, boss, I'm ready. I'm gonna go. You got any cool gear for me? And he turns to back row. You got any cool gear for me, boss?
Yes.
Do you have anything cool for me? And he looks at
I
you
got
with
things for
big
you.
wet eyes. He gives
It's like,
you a slow.
gone?
He gives you a slow left blink, right blink.
Wait, I have something for
What is
that.
this?
Hold
Mick
up.
Mick, I need you to like do a slow turn while I put this leather armor on you.
Ah.
I need to see if it's too big.
Okay, and like Mick like kind of like.
I know I have one somewhere.
No,
in
that's more human size. Here, let's try this one.
Mick.
here.
That one's a little bit too tiny. How about this one? That one looks about right. How do you feel about this leather armor?
Oh, it doesn't even in here.
Does it feel good to you?
Oh my god, he's huge.
Yes. I am great. Mick the warrior. First scout of the Sitscale tribes.
Well, now you need a weapon. How about this cold iron sickle?
Yes. A cold iron. You fight Fae?
We found it.
You know this fight Fae, right?
I did not know that.
This
Yeah,
is
Me,
like-
ridiculous, eh?
me thinking about how the Fae already hate me.
Well, then I'll give you a choice. Would you rather the sickle or this pointier dagger? As I hold out a +1 dagger.
I said sickle not really meant for just specifically telling you like not you need to be educated by me. Sickle meant for like farm tool implement, random use when people not got anything better. You give me that dagger, I'll do some work.
All right, have the dagger. As I hand him a +1 dagger from the party stash.
Absu, thank you. This is a good dagger. Are you gonna hand him that dagger? If you just drag it over to him and let it go, it will drop it into his inventory.
Oh, really? Perfect.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to move items to this character.
Oh no!
Well, shit.
Guess who is? I'm moving.
Yes, I gave him a +1 dagger and a leather armor from the party stash.
You got anything for me, boss? Blinks. One blink at a time.
He
Looking at-
did. That is
forgot.
exactly what he did. He blinked one blink at a time. He is now holding a sling in one hand. He has put his spear on his back. He is wearing his holding his little +1 dagger and his sling in the other hand, and he is ready. All right, guys, let's go. Let's go kill some bad guys.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell the news to Amiri and Lindsay, Brain. I think it's been about 30 minutes, and she's vanished into thin air.
Yeah, what you realize as you head over to Amiri is, Dex, you just I'm assuming you're coming for Amiri. You're a pretty good friend, Dex. We had a talk. She's going to go out in the woods. She says she needs some space for a minute so she doesn't beat someone half to death with their own leg. Which I think is healthy. I told her I'm very proud of her for making a good, healthy decision in the midst of the moment. And she is just going to go hunt something and bring it back for the rest of the town.
Understood. Situations are a bit tense, one say.
She was uncalled for, and I do not like her anymore, if I ever liked her to begin with. That is not
understandable.
People with power are supposed to help people. That is what a hero does.
I give her like a understanding nod.
She is actually, if I am to believe what she says is true, she is everything I don't like about where I came from.
Hey, hold on a second. Is this Jaethal saying this?
No, this is
No,
this is
Lindsay.
little Lindsay. Like,
I was about to say, this seems like too kind and chivalrous for an elf to say.
If you'd like to, you could stay here, and me and Fekro would take notes on your behalf. For Amiri's sake.
oh, don't worry, Dex. And she perks up as a regular self. She finishes kind of the afterglow of having talked to Amiri and the energy of the moment. Everything usually works out, and I know that you guys are doing the right thing, and I believe in you, and I really wish I could come, but I really need to make sure Amiri doesn't bonk Jaethal's head off. So I have to stay behind, so please take really, really good notes for me.
Of course. As they show her a book that's surrounded by spiders, they will help keep notes, and Fekro as well.
She kind of as she sees her book covered in spiders.
Oh no, I mean I just have a journal, not hers. Hers is with Fekro.
No.
Oh no, this is not your book. Yours is with Fekro.
She has a spell. She has a spell that she will teach you if you are interested. Dex. She says, now I noticed the spiders don't really write as fast as you could, and you can really get a better technique. And I've got something. I learned this back where I came from.
I'd be happy to learn.
Go ahead and, since you're a druid, are you able to learn arcane spells?
Depends on the spell, I guess.
So she is going to teach you, and it is going to be a...
Maybe I can stick it in my wand. Or staff.
She's going to teach you a spell called Transcribe Moment. You instantly create a small permanent scroll that contains a magically precise written description of your current surroundings in every direction. Any creature spends 1 minute reading the scroll written in your language will know immediately sees and experiences your surroundings during that moment that you recorded it. She constantly casts this, and her writing is that vivid. She's low level casting it. She's down casting it. It's a 4th level spell. She's teaching you to downcast it as a cantrip. Her writing is this vivid because specifically she downcast a spell that makes you almost experience what happened in this moment. It creates a scroll. It's a heavy level 4 spell, so it's a 4th spell slot. She is like cantrip level casting the spell, which makes it incredibly weaker. But her writing is that vivid because she's doing that, and she's just constantly casting it, and therefore able to write that fast.
This makes a lot of sense.
You need to spend 1 hour before you leave, and you need to make a roll to for a 4th level spell, which DC is going to be 23, and it's going to cost you 36 gold pieces. But I will give you the opportunity, even though you don't have 4th level spells, I will let you put it in your cantrip slot, or at least it'll be an option for to put in your cantrips. It'll be a bit of flavor that you can keep up with her in terms of how well you keep notes.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and roll me a Arcana check. Learn a spell. I think is it in expiration, or is it in encounter or downtime? It is in the compendium. Your corresponding skill. So the spell, I have to tell you what the spell is, and it is
in the thing.
Transcribe moment. So it is a it's a focus spell. So it's an arcane spell. So you need to roll me Arcana for. I can actually do this for you instead of just telling you all the stuff I need you to do. That is my job as a DM. I'm supposed to give you request rolls.
Oh boy! If only it was nature. -1 Arcana.
Public roll. She basically says, so like I learned this back when I was at the Bard's Academy in the other country. It's been a few months, but anyways, like before I left the academy, they taught all of us this spell, and they taught all of us a really unique way to cast it. So it just makes your hands really fast, and it makes your writing really, really flow. And it also gives you a vibe like you'd almost been there, but not quite. Like the high level spell, that's only for like mages and people who really want like someone to almost be transported into the book. But like this is good enough.
I will try my best. I am not really strong with arcane.
I believe.
I do too.
It's okay, Dex. Not everyone's a bard. Just keep a good note. It's a hard technique. Maybe we'll try this again. Just make sure he doesn't get my book wet. Or like it's got a lot of cool stuff in it, and just as long as it doesn't get wet, nothing bad will happen to it. But just don't let it get wet.
If you'd like to, we have our own books as well.
Yeah, I'll take it. She very frenetically, like as you offer to give her back her book, she's like, "Yeah, I'll take my book back."
I was like, probably best if one with fire and one with lightning. Best not hold your book specifically.
Yeah, I really like you guys, and I'm not gonna like argue with you over something this small, but like I could use my book back. Thank you.
I do appreciate you considering it though. Thank you. I'm just trying to go over to Fekro. Fekro. Okay, where are you?
Dex.
Fekro. Might I see Lindsay's book? We will be transcribing our own notes on our books. As I pull out like a second book out of my ribcage and just hand it to you.
Just 1 second.
Yep.
And then I finish writing just 1 second and then hand it over to him.
Lovely. Trying to go back over to Lindsay.
Don't forget to write lovely and what I just said now and that.
Will do. Right, will do. Here you are.
Oh, this is really good, guys. I mean, your penmanship could use a little work, but no, it's really good.
Fair.
All right. Well, I'll
All
see
right.
you guys. Stay safe out in the stolen lands.
You as well. Oh, I'm stuck. Ooh, there we are. Give Beaky some meat and then pat him on the head.
All right. Is everybody here? Are we ready to head out? I'm gonna move you guys,
Let's roll.
if that is the case, to the stolen lands, and we're adventuring. And I found
To adventure.
on I found out that this little token here, the stolen lands party token, can be swapped out for other symbols. It's got a crown on it, but there are other symbols. There's tons of other banners. There's options with banners that have like I will give you some images after today's episode, but there's basically selections for like what your symbol and your like color of your banner is for your party. So anyways, yeah, you guys are at the you're at the stolen lands, or the Shrikehall, and you are going to head across this river, I'm guessing, so like down here.
Yep, I'll follow the map that we were someone drew.
Okay. Are
Yeah, I
you
think that's at the end of the last session. We had that line drawn.
Okay. So through these regions, since these are actual token regions, these are wetlands, and as I live and breathe, I don't believe I have my notes anymore.
Notes.
Yeah. Uh. Right. Can. So I believe the wetlands are 2 travel actions, so this will be the first day. You guys leave at 12 o'clock and arrive sometime around 8 in the morning the next day. It's a little bit more difficult because you're now heading through like a wetland region. You have to kind of like cross the river. You have to find a way to ford, especially near the mouth, as the entrance into the lake is kind of wide. You end up in this region on the other bank that you can see from a distance, but you've never like really gone yourself. And there is at about 8 o'clock.
Island.
Yeah, I'm curious about it too. But the old dilapidated mud hut, and let me go and advance the 1 day minus 4 hours. It's sunny. It's again sunny. A dilapidated mud hut squats atop a small hummock in the middle of a fetid marsh. A thin tendril of bluish smoke trickles through a gaping hole in its moss-covered roof. A wooden fence surrounds the perimeter of the mound, is festooned with crude fetishes crafted out of sticks, feathers, and animal bones. A lone crow caws noisily from the top of the nearby cypress tree.
I wonder what he's saying.
Find out.
Yeah.
Just looks at Crow. Doomed all who pass. It's like, oh no.
Leave her alone. Leave her alone.
I like look around. Leave who?
Elga doesn't like to be treated mean, and all you people are mean to her. Leave her alone.
I am confused by this statement.
She lives in the hut right here. If you're not here and don't know who she is, she's a decent person, and everybody's mean to her, and you need to stop being mean.
We'll come back to that, but I am a nice person.
I don't know you.
Fair.
What was that all about, Dex?
Bird speaking mind. About the person who lives in the hut nearby, saying that they are a good person and to not bully them.
Oh,
Which,
Shall
I'm not too sure.
shall we introduce ourselves then?
Perhaps later. We are on mission, yes?
Well, maybe they've seen something that could help us.
True. What say you, Corey?
Sure, why not?
Do I see the hut that the bird is referring to?
Yeah, you see it. It's right there. He's like sitting atop a branch in a cypress tree, like calling down at you like very loudly, and then he drops down on the ground and kind of like walks over and like beaks at your foot. Stop! Leave her alone. She doesn't like people. All you are mean.
I'm not mean, and I'd like to say state that and introduce myself. Who's been mean to her, if anything?
They say things about her, and she doesn't like them, and she doesn't like guests no more.
No. I'm sorry to hear that.
Someone she hears you like calling back, and like you finally see a woman come out out of her hut, her little mud hut, and she slowly exits, kind of looks, leers out, and here's you. What are you doing out here?
Oh, hello. My name is Dex. We're passing by. We're on our way to investigate some territories of another kingdom.
I'm not taking visitors. I don't.
But that's fine. I was just seeing what your bird was referring to and who was being mean. I don't think anyone should be treated mean.
You talking to the birds?
I talk with many things. Plants, birds, friends, potential friends.
You a druid?
Yes?
Like, don't touch the gate.
Gate?
Yeah, like the gate that you're like walking towards her to have the conversation closer to her so you can be in earshot. You're like basically approaching her waddle and daub little like wood stick gate. She says, "Don't touch the gate," and basically tries to stop you before you enter.
Okay.
Just stay right there. Her hut seems to be just a small, simple one-room affair. It's probably like 20 feet in diameter. Let me see. Is there a map for this? I always wonder if there's like
A map for every square.
Yeah.
That'd be a lot of maps.
You say that, but you know, they do it.
You're not wrong. It is a module, so yeah, you're not wrong.
I freaking love how much work Paizo love you. They do great work on these maps. I'm trying to
It's like
remember
Keanu
what
Reeves.
I'm trying to remember what this region is called. It's called Tuskwater. So let me check and see the Tuskwater supplemental maps. Yeah,
Tuskwater's
there
wetlands.
is a map for this.
Oh,
Nice.
So let me pull you guys in.
Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in.
I'm gonna drop you on the map. I wish there was a single button where I could drop all of you, but I think I need to just learn to like start copy pasting you guys in formation. Who wants to be at the front of a like 2x3 square or 3x2 square?
Or he'll be in the front.
Yeah.
All right, Corey will be in the front. Anybody else with him? And then I'm gonna have Mick and Harem at the back.
Yeah.
Silent at the back, and you at the front decks. I'm gonna say you're right in front of the gate decks, but you have not yet crossed. And let's do some transporting.
Let's go.
Oh, I forgot to heal myself back at the camp like I should have.
Yeah, I asked earlier. I was like, "You need healing?" I was like offering a potion or maybe like just to cast a
The
spell.
funny thing is, I was thinking about doing it, but I didn't want to interrupt all the dialogue stuff with dice rolling.
I'm sure it'd been fine.
Don't interrupt my role playing.
Well, I think the last time I did that, I did actually like interrupt them. It was like, oh. I'll definitely go ahead and do that right now, though. And in my battle medicine roll. Rip.
I like just kind of slide you a potion from the party stash bag.
She's out near the front entrance of her house, and she kind of stops you, holds up a hand, stops you before you get to the gate, and she kind of says, "All right, that's far enough. What are y'all doing here?"
Well, as I stated earlier, just passing through, and your bird was saying to not come and bother you or bully you. And I'd like to know who is doing this.
Really,
I don't like a bullies.
Bird said that?
As I look over at Bird, he seems to really like you as a company.
Yeah, he ought to like me. I feed him a lot of seed.
Yes, who hassles you, if you do not mind me asking? My name is Dex.
I don't feel like talking about it. Are you planning on coming in?
If you're willing to invite me, if not, no worries. We will move on.
Make me a diplomacy check.
Oh dear. +2. Here we go.
16. She walks over, pats down the scarecrow, and she seems to take some sort of fetish off of it, some sort of like idol or ancient tribalistic totem or fetish or thing.
Been thinking of Jaethal. Oh dear.
It is do you know who I am, or who I'm supposed who they call me?
No, not at all.
Well, no one should stand on ceremony, especially not since you've heard any of the words. You can call me Elga Verniex.
Nice to meet you, Elga. I am Dex Weaver.
They They call me the old Beldam, but that's not exactly a good. I actually don't mind that name. It's better than what the other things they call me.
I see. No worries. I too have a nickname that is, I believe, what some call rude, but I'd let that not bother me none.
She's the old Beldam is human. Though when you look at her, you wouldn't believe it at first. It takes a lengthy inspection. But from this distance, like her features are human. It's just her fey blood runs in her veins.
Oh.
It's discolored her skin, and given her different affectations. It has given her a strange greenish cast and lengthened her ears to points. She says, "Strike the bell, and you're free to come in."
I like look around for a bell. Is it on the gate?
It's on the gate, yeah.
I go ahead and give it like a kind of a ping.
Now announce yourself and look at the scarecrow.
Yes, I am Dex Weaver. As I glare at the scarecrow. Glare?
You hear the
Stare? One of the two.
you hear the as it kind of moves to life, tilts toward you, and it like and turns back, and it just kind of like the gate opens on its own.
Oh.
Come in. I'm making tea.
I look to Corey and Silent. Was that just a 1% invitation, or do you think we could follow?
What if my friends?
Ring the bell and announce your names, each of you.
I'll wait out here.
Ding, ding, ding. Hello, my name is Fekro. Nice to meet you.
Ah.
Koi, like, very hesitantly goes towards the bell and dings it, and yeah, announces himself as King Koi of Doradel.
Wipe your feet, King.
I like look at my my legs. Oh yeah, no shoes.
The inside of her home is a simple affair. It's about 20 feet in diameter with a dirt floor and a thatched roof. The rafters are hung with dried herbs and swamp weeds and a bubbling cauldron containing nothing more sinister than a weak vegetable broth. Hangs over a fire pit in the center of the room. The region around her hut is an 80-foot diameter area of solid ground, thick with bog grass and dotted with small cattail clogged pools. This area is surrounded by a waist-high wooden fence in which a single gate hangs askew. The fist-sized rusted iron bell hangs from the hairy length of rope tied to a crook in the post. Yes. Well, welcome to my home. There's 3 seats for 3 people. I'm guessing your other guys. Not. Thank you. There's more seats if he wants to come in.
Well, thank you for your hospitality.
Haven't had guests in a while. And she goes to go pour you tea.
Ooh. I do like me some tea. Thank you. Elga, you said your name was?
The old Beldam. You can call me Elga if you'd like. And she gives like a toothy grin.
I'll give her a toothy grin back.
And she actually opens up to a little bit of a wider grin when she sees how toothy yours is. It is, I'm going to say, Silent, are you just going to linger out there with Harem and Mekmek? Harem and Mekmek, seeing everybody else do their thing, will like just kind of copy everybody else. Are you just going to linger outside?
Yep. Keep an eye on the surroundings.
she just kind of looks over at through the window and she says, "He's kind of a rude one, isn't he?"
Oh, it's not his intention. He is just shy would not be word. What would be word to describe friend? Cautious amongst, but that is not of you, but really of everything, really.
And she leads into a conversation. She goes and grabs you each a bowl of her weak vegetable broth. Eat. You need to eat.
Oh, thank you.
You're nothing but
Thank you.
bones. And she
Eyes wide. It's like, does she know? I just kind of like laugh too, like, ha
No,
ha
it's
ha
funny.
ha. Just sips on bones. Like, wait, does she know? Just slurp, slurp.
during what will be, I say, an hour, where Violet just sits outside during the entire time. And in an extended conversation, old Beldam, you find her knowledgeable about a lot of things in the area. She's very crotchety, ill-tempered. But she basically says, is there anything you came here to know? And she looks up across the table. And she brings you and she reaches into her cabinet, cuts something, and presents a plate with a slice of cake on it, but only to Corey.
Well, we didn't know anyone was out here, really. Well, I mean, we knew someone was out here, but not here specifically where you are. We didn't know you existed.
I like it that way.
That is fair.
Well, since you are this far out, I guess it's good to ask. Have you heard about, like, a monster kingdom popping up?
Monster Kingdom, eh? You must be talking about that, King Hargoka. Yeah, occasionally occasionally I hear wind of some of the stuff happening around to the local areas.
You know how, like, widespread he is? Is he this far out?
He's been out here for a couple months now, doing his thing. He's going to be further into the forest if you're looking for him. I try and stay away from the trouble directly, but he's stirring up a lot of creatures to him. They like someone who represents their views. Everybody wants a king that kind of they like and represents them. And she looks Corey directly in the eyes. So you say you're a king. A king of where?
Well, without thinking about it, Corey points towards the direction of the lake, or across the lake, where Doradelph would be. But not thinking that this house doesn't
have a window.
Yeah.
It's, here are the people making that ruckus across the lake. Yeah. So I'm guessing you think you own this place, including my house?
No, not at all.
And she holds up a finger to you, Dex. Before she ever actually touches Bone, she just stops short of your face as she's looking at Corey.
Can I do a legal lore skill check? Like, I think the borders are like a little vague. Does the charter actually reach down this far?
The charter reaches as far as I can recall, but I will double check.
Looks at stolen land map. Oh wow, yeah, I guess we're not really that far from her, huh? Like a day or two trip away from her.
Kingdom, no, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay. In accordance for providing, you pull out the paper, in accordance for providing, and they kind of think about it in her voice. And man, does her voice kind of sound pleasant to you, Corey, Jamandi. And anyways, in accordance for providing a stable nation to the south of central Rossland, let there be a generous stipend of funds, support, and advice provided this fledgling nation as a token of Restov and Bravoy's goodwill. The northern, the area afforded to you is essentially said land, the green belt, and its surrounding environs. Exploration should be limited to an area west and south of Oleg's trading post and no further than the banks of the Shrike and Skunk rivers. You technically don't have right over her domain. She lives just across the river, so you don't have right over her house.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll mention that to her. That, like, my jurisdiction ends at the river line.
Letters don't give people jurisdiction. Permission does. Words do.
Corey raises a slight eyebrow at the confusion. Are you asking to be governed?
Make a diplomacy check.
Back to the witch's hut.
Difficulty 21.
Oh dear. I believe in you.
I mean, it's definitely confusing because I'm saying, like, I don't think I have authority to, like, rule over her, and she's like, you don't. I was like, that's what I was saying. Are you saying I should?
Okay, then we got hero points if you wanted to raise that.
Yeah, it was the difficulty was a 23. Or not 23, 21, sorry. I'm not gonna up it again.
I mean, yeah, I might as well use a hero point for it. Why not?
Yeah.
Want to be a 14, calling it now. Okay, plus 3. God, I fucking hate. I absolutely hate these hero points.
I saw the dialect slide.
It's not a critical fail, so you don't slight her, but she looks at you and she says, "You must be a new king, huh?" She.
I mean, I'll explain my confusion. I was saying I don't have authority over you, but you're seeming to.
It's been a while since I talked. Give me a second. She sets her cup down, crosses her fingers in her hands, and just looks at the table. It is an awkward silence for all of you. There's a creak. Harem kicks at something. She looks at him, looks back at the table, keeps staring, thinking, all right, I got my words. Sorry, it's been a while since I've been talking to a lot of people. Yes. All governance is by consent. You don't just get stuff because fancy papers tell you they do. I am asking to be governed. If you had any tact, you would have gotten that.
Corey's definitely like surprisingly puzzled by it.
Potential friend? Question mark?
Yay, new friend.
And I just look at her with a smile.
Don't everybody jump and hug me. I live out here for a reason.
That is fair.
I mean, honestly, since she like mentioned some like tact with that, can I do like say like a perception check to see if there's like something with like her like mannerisms that like I wasn't picking up on with the diplomacy check?
Yeah, you can make a perception check.
Perception! Let's go. Oh dear.
Oof.
All you really know is that she just seems to be an old crotchety woman.
So yeah,
Seeing what Corey is trying to do with the mannerisms, can I attempt a perception check as well, or?
I will let just you, nobody else.
Okay.
Since you're the one who's initiated this entire situation, Dex. You succeed, Dex,
Damn.
and it's not a crit, but you do succeed. She's not just a frail old woman, but she is old, and she walks with a little bit of a limp, and she walks with some care and grace. The way she drinks tea is refined, but it's out of practice. She would. You can get the vibe that like she could probably, if desperation came to it, defend herself, and maybe has before, but she doesn't look like she has it in her to do that over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you say, Corey? New citizen?
To make it
Come visit
plain,
from
yes, I am asking to be governed.
Come visit time from time. Provides protection, if not supplies, if you'd like.
Yes, that
perhaps
is what I'm
welcome.
asking for. That is what the governed seek. The governed pay tithes and dues to the governors, and they those above them, or those to whom they lend power. For power is lent, not given, and power is not taken. Power is not given by little words on fancy pages. And like she's like straining at the edge of like her like throat to speak any longer before she takes a long draft of her honey tea.
I like you, friend.
Corey like kind of like blinks heavily, like trying to process the like weird situation, but like
He's like,
he'll
He hasn't been
like
asked directly to
yeah.
become a citizen.
yeah, he will he'll like sort of steady himself and say, "Well, we're happy to help however we can."
Send a patrol of guards. Get guards and send guards. Keep places safe. That's if you do that, and people people who ask you for safety and you give them safety, they will gladly give you things back in return, including the right to govern and much more land and much. My throat. And she goes back to her pot, and it takes another awkward silence of like 5 minutes where she like is getting some more lemon and some more honey, and she's making another thing of tea, downs it, and says, "That's better. I don't talk a lot. What do you need?"
Make a medicine check.
Would you like diagnosis from doctor?
I'm out of practice, not sick.
That is fair.
Have you boys ever actually talked to an old woman before? Because all of you are kind of out of it.
I don't talk to many people.
I thought we were enjoying a comfy silence. And some tea.
Not like this one. What do you need to know? They come to me for questions and wisdom, and I give it freely to those who are discreet enough to have some tact.
Huh. Well, then if you don't mind me asking, this monster kingdom, do you know what sort of creatures or races make up its inhabitants?
She does. She nods as she goes and takes her another third cup of tea, sips on it slowly to ease the throat as she lists off a long list of Hargulka's kingdom. Under the leadership of Hargulka, trolls that are settled in the ancient dwarven outpost southwest of the Gnarl Marches. About the same time, the MP that you she kind of details what all's been happening, and you get the gist that about the same time that you founded your kingdom and got your letter from Jamani, that he's been kind of assembling his followers over the last month or two. And he's begun to forge alliances with monsters that inhabit the region, leading raids and amassing treasure and power, and attacking people, stealing food, different things like that. As it continues to play out, she says the attacks are growing more numerous, leaving more new ripples, and they're sometimes not about food or things. They're about just people being treated the way they want to be treated, and then they're about resolving grievances. And they're getting more violent as as the monsters get more bold to resolve their long-held grievances with mankind.
And are these the ones that harass you?
Sometimes, not, but not all monsters. Not all monsters are called such.
Hashtag not all monsters.
Me looking at my own hands.
So, what other sort of races make up their ranks?
There are wargs. You know what a warg is? You're a goblin. You do, actually, Fekro. Wargs are very common pets, or like pack leaders. They are wolf-like creatures that look like wolves with like a patchy fur issue. That like barely... That can speak clear languages that they learn. They are speaking creatures. They usually lead wolf packs. When they're alone and like they are fairly strong. He's got wargs, he's got trolls, giants. He's gathering more of Lamashtu's tribe.
I see, thank you. I'll take a sip of tea.
Who else bothers you aside from the ones that pass through here?
Give me 1 second, then I will respond to that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I am doing journaling things and finding the right notes so I can give you guys a proper moment.
Me writing in the journals that we were using. For,
I know that specific soundboard clip triggers him in particular. So
it does so
I
bad
play it.
because there's nothing worse than making people feel like they're something is dragging on. We have precious time. 4 hours isn't a lot to all. I always feel like I don't get enough in the session. I don't give each of you time, and I want to entertain everybody every moment. And anytime I feel like I'm not being fast enough, it makes me feel so bad. And so when you rush me, I'm like, shit. It makes me feel bad.
All right,
You are perfectly okay.
Indeed.
Don't you worry about it. We know how to entertain ourselves.
Yeah.
And
No, he takes an issue of that too.
And for any potential viewers out there, I was so quiet because I was writing notes in character.
So,
Lindsay.
Can you repeat your question, Dex, for me?
Yes. Who, aside from the occasional monster raid that pass through, who else hassles you, if you do not mind me asking? I don't like bullies.
Monsters know their own kind, and she gives you a long look, and I need you to make me a diplomacy check. It's
always diplomacy.
20.
Oh.
18.
I believe in my reality. Here we go.
You crit.
Wow.
Do you know the line? Do you know the line from The Witcher where he says, I was
gonna use a hero point to reroll. But you were saying.
Oh, the previous one was a 28 for perception.
Yeah, I wish.
Reroll for me. Reroll for me.
I wish that 28 was the case. Okay, that's better.
It's not a crit, but I'll give you some info anyway, since I was already saying it, and like I didn't. It's on me because like I let slip. You know the line from The Witcher where Geralt says like both are for monsters when she asked, "I heard you carry steel and silver, one for monsters, one for humans."
Mm-hmm.
The subtle note that you're catching is that she is an old woman who does not want to go into her personal wounds. It is clear that she is not an unkind woman or an evil woman or anything, but she looks different than someone who's a normal human, and you can draw conclusions from that. She basically is telling you that some people are monsters because of who they are, and some people are monsters because because of what they do.
Yeah.
Like a monster is what they do, not what they are.
Yeah, I feel a deep sense of connection with that.
And she basically gives you the and you understand that if you continue to ask her overtly about a wound that she has, which is a social wound, people treat her like a monster simply because she's green and she has pointy ears and she has differing physical features from a typical human.
Mm-hmm.
It will be too obvious, and it will cause a decrease in familiarity. She's an ally with you right now. It will decrease, and she will be neutral to you, and then she will be hostile to you. So don't bring up like an overt question about whether or not she's
being hassled for what she's being hassled for.
Yeah. But she basically, as tactfully, like, you realize that there's a lot of diplomacy is a very good skill. Like, in this moment, you realize, Dex, that like diplomacy is sometimes reading between the lines so you don't step on someone's toes, and that's what this old woman is teaching you.
I'm learning and evolving.
Mac, I want cake too, Mac.
You were only born a couple months ago.
This is true.
I never had cake before. Please can I have cake? Because you said please. And she goes and cuts him a slice. One slice, no more. I don't have a lot of stuff out here. I get it. Mac. And he kind of like, don't eat it all at once. Slow, savor it. Mac. Well, King, you get some guards. You send some people my way, and I do have some talents that they accuse me of things for. If you ever need some magic gear,
Legasp.
Or just nonchalantly looks towards Dex when she says this.
she's basically insinuating she can be convinced to craft magical items or provide spellcasting services to you at standard or above standard prices, depending on how you want to play it.
Mm-hmm. You know, I want to talk to her about my crystal, but at the same time, she is partial fade. She'd probably throw me out the window.
Just do it.
The temptation is very high.
You miss 100% of shots you don't take, right?
Yeah, she does have a window, or is it a shelf?
No, there's no window in this house. It's like a mud hut, with like thatched roof.
Oh.
Hatcher? Oh no.
I like to go. If you don't mind answering a question, probably not easy to tell from my appearance, but I have something that keeps me alive that not many other creatures much care for.
Oh, I can tell you're undead.
Oh. Well, yes, thank you. As soon as she says it, it's just gonna... Oh, thank you. Do you know anything about this? And I just kind of like slowly peek the crystal.
Stop! It
Yep,
hurts. It hurts.
doesn't cover back up. Yep.
I saw enough of it the first second. Yes. It's it's a little raw for the eyes.
Sorry about that.
All you needed to do was ask. You didn't have to show. Sometimes the words are good enough. Yes, that is an item with a charge against Fae. It is whatever magics you have done are hostile to my blood. It feels caustic in the air. What do you need to know about it?
Well, I know not much of what happened before I was dead. All I know is I woke up, and this was in the center of my chest, keeping me alive. If there is a way to perhaps get rid of it without killing me, not many people like it, and I'd hate to be an affront to nature, as some say, because I am undead as well as crystal.
She grinds her
But if
teeth.
not,
Make me a diplomacy check.
hey, where you at? There. Hiya.
You mean well, but sometimes we don't remember who we were. And if we find it out, is it worth it? Sometimes
not.
you leave sleeping dogs lie and don't ask questions you don't need answers to. And keep things covered up that hurt other people.
This I will indeed do. Does it kind of just have like the spiders kind of weave around it just to cover up with some webs?
The thing you have is called it's called a planar key.
Huh.
Well, it would be a planar key. What you have is more like a planar lock. I've heard about it, but I don't know much else besides the name and that it's not good for my people. Or at least the last one I heard about wasn't good. It is, for your sake, just a lesson in tact from a fae or someone who knows a little something about them. She grins a toothy grin. Offenses can be given intentionally and unintentionally, and if your mere walking presence and having something that is having something that merely exists to hurt someone else can be an insult. That thing has no good history. You are lodged with it, and so it is perhaps not your fault, but you still bring it around like it's a flag to carry and show people.
This will put much to think about. Thank you.
It is not perhaps the new you's fault, but think on that for a second. How you ended up with it, I don't know, and I won't make judgments. But
I'm gonna try to meditate later on that. Maybe get some more knowledge.
it's a planar lock, and it's a planar lock keyed specifically to Fae. It shuts down portals to the Fae realm, to the first world.
Well, hopefully it never is used.
It's used.
Stick
It's
in my chest. Well, this one at least.
its mere presence at enough amplification. She rolls her tongue. Would banish certain people to certain places. Don't make poor use of that.
Noted.
Some of us want to be here, in spite of everything.
Well, I hope you stay around for a long time.
Now you're being flattering, which can burn over into kissing ass.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'm good.
Tilt's head. Oh.
I just like being nice. I'm trying it out for once. I'm trying to be like Dex.
Oh, I'll
Keep-
take it over.
keep going, and eventually you will be noted. You will, well, be careful who you let in, little goblin. Some people are not ready to accept someone for what they are and not what they look like.
Oh, I know. As I give a side glance to Corey.
Are you going to keep standing over there? And he's like, you have a really nice collection of fetishes and totems from many religions. I rather like this one to Arastal. And Desna. Do you know you have Desna and Arastal facing each other? That's not typical in a shrine lineup. Please stop moving my things. If the PC's ally with Old Bildam, which you have, then establish a settlement here, and the settlement will be called Old Bildam's Hut. It will be just her. No one else lives at the settlement but her. She likes it that way. Your guards will regularly rotate when you hire guards. She will expect them as soon as you can get them. She and her hut grant the settlement a free herbalist structure. And back at your base, she will basically grant you a free building that is an herbalist building.
That's nice.
Awesome.
You have been rather nice men. As nice as people go nowadays. I have a task for you.
What would that be?
Find some dangerous black rattlecap mushrooms. I use them to brew a potent tea.
You don't say.
Yes. They're in a dangerous mud pit. They're in the over in the mud bowl in the Camellands.
I will make note of that, as I've just been writing extra notes and then just write that one.
If we show you a map, could you point it out?
Yes, and she will point over here. And she begins to point to several things on the map since she's already at it. She says, all right, so there's some things you need to know about the area since you're new people here and you don't seem to go any farther than your front door.
We're trying.
The mushrooms are right here. That's the mud bowl. It's where the land kind of mixes into the tusk water. Kind of makes it more swampy than a lake normally would be. Do not set foot on Candlemere Island.
What's on the island?
Don't set foot on Candlemere Island.
When I'm curious about that. Us earlier. Man, that island sure is curious. Gets direct instructions. Don't do it. Oh, man.
There's some lizard folk left of Candlemere if you have to go close to the place.
Okay.
Okay, so we have to cross a large body of water to get to the mushrooms, or we take the long route through the other area.
And there is a... She takes a long sigh. There is a lonely barrow, the Blighted Hollow. Well, no, that's not what I'm looking for. She says you should know to the right of your kingdom, over in the plains, there's something further out from the plains across the northern Shrike River. The Skunk River, really, that goes up north. The Shrike River goes left, the Skunk River goes north. You should know across the river from where you guys make your camp. There's a barrow mound of a barbarian warrior king.
Oh.
Oh.
Do you
It's
happen to
cursed.
know the tribe?
Nope, never cared to go there. You don't touch people's burial grounds. It's cursed. There's undead there.
Looks at itself.
He's just known as the Lonely Warrior.
I see. Burial ground. Noted.
Just don't go over there at night and you won't be bothered, but there are undead there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you manage to deal with Hargulka, the people around here will be very thankful for what that's worth. But I will be thankful too. He is harassing everybody, and they are getting, well, even, I guess.
Ah,
Hmm. Well, thank you for your information.
Of course.
We are happy to have you join our kingdom.
Glad to be a kingdom. What's the kingdom called?
Electric Corey. Jazz hands.
What are an elf?
A bit self-centric, huh?
It proceeds to jazz hands.
despite the name, we're actually pretty varied in who lives there. We have a bunch of kobolds.
Kobolds, humans,
Yes,
an
well.
elf or two, and a halfling or two.
My advice is, well, you can grow a kingdom right, or you can grow a kingdom fast. What do you want, King?
Me
I
thinking
kinda-
of plant analogy.
I sigh slightly, and I kind of like think, look towards Harem and say, some people say, I know a few people would say, no matter which way it will fall eventually, I just determine how quickly it will be.
Kindness doesn't cost you anything, King. That's my last piece of advice. And you hear, as you mentioned here, sorry, Corey, I was just looking at this nice statue of Alceta. It's got a pretty good, featuring in the leaf work. I mean, it's not as angular as I'd like. I definitely like our statues of her a little bit better, but it's got nice patterning on the curves. The leaf work is, I prefer flowers really, but over broad pattern leaves. But and he sets the statue Alceta down. A statue in a old woman's house that is a row of icons or idols, or what Christians would call an idol. Idol is not always an insulting thing. It is, some people use it as a symbol of worship. A row of idols in a home would be a home temple. This is a temple to Alceta. Do with that what you
How
will, Corey.
convenient.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Right then, well, I guess, come on, Mick. But I want to eat more cake, she said one slice. You're a nice lady. I'll be back. I'll bring stuff for cakes. You got lots of cakes. You'll have lots of cakes. I promise it. I swears it. I'll give you lots of cakes. You get me lots of cakes too. All right. Slow down and do not bother the lady. I'm not bothered. Bring stuff and I'll make you cake and me too. See, she's okay with me. I'm actually a pretty good person.
Well, we thank you for the hospitality.
Where's Cylon? Do they go outside?
God damn it.
I have to check my Discord to see if he's been quietly sending me messages that I don't get pinged by. Because it doesn't ping me when he sends me private messages because it turns on streamer mode. So he has not sent me anything privately. So good.
I will say that if we are leaving, I will hang back just a bit until everyone is out of earshot because I want to speak with the lady privately.
Oh, there you are, Silent. It's what are you doing? Like crawling around on the floor?
Probably best to check on that. But yes, thank you for your hospitality and your knowledge. I will think on that.
Oh,
And the tea was delicious. Thank you.
Skeleton Man,
Yes.
you're welcome. And don't pull that thing out of your chest. It's the only reason you're alive.
Fair point.
Bit of a catch-22, isn't it?
Tragedy is in its finest.
Well, you've had a bowl. You plan on washing some dishes?
I would do it. It's like just
Yeah.
I can do that for you if you. I don't mind.
All right then. And she
have a
walks
question.
over. She walks over to the sink alongside you.
I do have an additional question for you, but I don't want any of the others to hear.
So it's your king. I don't care. Or well, I guess it's my king too. You don't keep secrets from your king unless you're being wise about it. Well, everyone has right to their secrets, actually. Well, are you going to demand to hear an audience of us, King, or can we have citizens' secrets?
me thinking Citizens Kane for some reason.
I think it would be naive of me to assert that citizens can't have secrets.
It would be, but I'm asking you in anyways. I wonder why.
Corey is definitely baffled by this.
I like her. She's nice.
All right. Well,
As Corey continues to sit still.
Corey.exe is crashed.
you can leave my house now, King.
I will just help clean up these dishes, and I'll join y'all shortly.
And she steps out before she returns to you. She says, "I'll be right back." And she shouts something out of the door to the king. Permission is granted once per every entry at a home. It's not a constant license. You ask when you enter my home every time. She turns back and stands by you by the sink. What did you want?
I request a DM cut to black.
Okay. I will mute the ears of everyone else here.
I will send you a private message.
Okay. Or actually, here's the solution.
Okay.
I and you go to a different channel. I'm going to make a channel that's just like this one. I'm going to duplicate this channel and make a stream room character whisper.
Ooh, fancy.
Ooh.
I mean, we were also like close on time. I would be fine with like just calling the session here.
Okay.
I also think we want to get more done.
I will be right back. Let's see if we can get more done.
So much later that the old narrator got tired of waiting and they had to hire a new one.
All right, Dex. What did you need?
Even the DM doesn't remember my name. It's okay.
Fekro, I'm sorry. Damn.
I'm just teasing.
I'm the one without tact. Oh no.
I'm just teasing. It's okay. I will simply ask, do you know anything about something called Strigen WordPress?
She nods, strokes her head. I didn't think you were into that kind of stuff, but
I don't know what it is.
Give me a second. She goes back into her room and grabs something. She grabs you a small, like, dime bag of like, not even really full. It's like half filled. Like a tiny, like, satchel of container. What would be like like not a leather satchel, but like a tiny glass bottle of like an incredibly small dose What she says, this here is Stygian WordPress.
Oh. What does it do?
It's a variant of regular Pesh. Very dangerous.
I see. And do you know how it's made?
You run Pesh through the rivers of the black rivers of the Stygians in one of the hells.
Oh. Well, thank you. That's very helpful.
She before you step away, she says you don't want to know what it is or what it does, or I was assuming you wanted it. That's why you were asking for it from me.
It's best if I don't have it, honestly.
Well, I guess everybody wants to learn things today.
Just knowing how it's created was actually kind of good enough for me.
Yes, well, simply Pesh, you run it through the Stygian river, not the Styx River or any other rivers. You run it through the Stygian River in one of the hells. Usually you'd need a plane shifting spell to get there and then a plane shifting spell to get back. Yeah, so it's usually something done by with a very powerful wizard alongside you or by a wizard. Now, why a wizard would want to do this, there's simply other things he could occupy his time with, but...
Got it.
It is a it's a shimmering violet black powder that has a spicy scent of star anise and blood oranges. It is iridescent flakes dance unnaturally in the light. It is a rare and volatile variant of Catapeshi narcotic pesh. It is also laced with unstable psychic compounds from the Mind Warp Dream Lotus. It does several things to you, but you don't know and you haven't asked, so.
Well, thank you. I really do appreciate that. I owe someone a debt.
Well, now you owe me a debt. That's how.
And I'll happily repay that.
That's how it works with the Fae. Like I said, just deal with Hargolka, send some guards, make my life a little bit easier. I wouldn't mind occasionally, a visitor or two, and well, if you could, send some shops out this way.
Of course.
All right then.
And if you ever want to talk herbs, I am an alchemist.
I know. I could smell it on you.
Well, you have yourself a nice day.
Mm-hmm. Be careful about slaying monsters and, all that nonsense.
Will do.
And I'm going to move us back.
Oh, gee.
Hello.
Always.
Hello. He's found out what he wanted to know.
Cool.
Thumbs up.
Want to share the class?
No.
And the funny thing is, I don't always immediately upload my recording, so you won't know till next week anyways.
Oh, you went to a separate room for it, so...
Yeah. Oh, it still records my Discord, so it would be recording it, so...
The viewer knows, we will not.
The viewer knows, we will not, yeah.
Alright, Silent, do a spy check real quick.
I'm going to
hack the system.
I'm going to move you. back to the map. So the warnings she gave you were to the left of you right here. Is an old hateful hermit.
Oh.
She says, he is not like me, do not go over there. She says, do not touch Candlemere Island. So she's basically telling you have to go the long way around.
But I really want to go to that island.
Same.
It's such a tempting thing now.
And she did ask you for mushrooms from the mud bowl and to check on the people who the lizard folk who live the left of the Candlemere Island.
Ooh. Lizard folk interaction.
So, what is the last travel action we're going to do before the day's end?
Island. I'm just kidding. The island is such a tempting notion.
Do we want to go for the her ingredients now or on the way back?
On the way back, probably be easier.
Yeah, it'd probably be easier on the way back, considering we have the. We can't. I imagine it'd be difficult to cross this giant lake.
Now, I will say.
Oh, I can swim there.
I will say, since there is a coast and there's the actual island, you can travel through this region and not actually visit the island. You can travel through here and just not to here.
I see.
Well,
If we traveled through there, would we be able to like use a spyglass to see the island?
I'll never tell. Yeah, possibly, yes.
Spyglasses.
So you guys, I'm assuming traveling that way?
I say yes.
Yeah,
What does everyone else say?
I'm down for that.
Sure.
So if we can
Fuck
go
it,
here
we
without
will.
having to. If we can go here without with supposedly not needing to go to the island, we can get here and then still take this short route here.
Yeah. It is water travel, so it is. You're essentially hugging a very wet, marshy coast, and so it is like 3 travel actions. So you have 2. So it takes 1 day to get to even enter in, and then another day to kind of slog through. So like 2 days pass, both sunny days, as you kind of slog your way through as you're passing by, which I will say is what you're doing. You pass by. Someone roll me their perception check with the spyglass.
I've got a
vote
spyglass, so I
Dex.
can roll for it.
Oh, Corey
Okay.
has spyglass.
Corey has spyglass.
That's an expert with hard, so it's 20. 20? Okay. Nice. You rolled the perception check, Dex?
If Corey was gonna roll for I was just tossing again.
I mean, I guess I can
Perception.
just hand him my spyglass, but
Yeah, I'll accept it from Dex. Dex, what you see on Candlemere Island
Our ghost. That'd be fun.
it's the Adamantia Tower.
Oh God.
is, well, I'm going to pull up Candlemere Island and pull up the notes on the island to tell you what you see. There's a keep on the island. That's we're streaming. Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. An encoder error happened. I don't know how much time we lost, but essentially, Dex has told me he's turning into an orca and ferrying everyone across to a region that is the Lizard King, the Isle of the Lizard King, or at least a lizard folk village, as far as he knows. The surrounding palisade, or like several like sticks have been sharpened, thick logs have been sharpened, and one end has been buried in the ground, burned and buried in the ground. The mud mounds are essentially lizard folk homes, and each has a single entrance covered with a fur pelt flap to keep warmth in and weather out, as well as a chimney hole at the top. 50 feet of 10 to 15 foot deep water separates the island from both the north and south riverbanks. So it's a 50-foot distance. It's not a long swim, but it's enough that they kind of notice you coming and pull
it'd be
back.
hard to miss a giant orca.
Yeah.
Like, did that orca just pop up? What? What?
The
Damn druids.
there are some options. Essentially, they have noticed you, but like they're pulling back towards their town. It would require either a DC 20 athletics check to climb over the palisades, a DC 30 acrobatics check to squeeze between two of the trunks, or the PCs attempting to breach the palisade must exceed a DC 18 stealth against a guard's perception DC.
Oh.
And I'm going to drop you as we will close out today at
Tune in next time, viewer, to the shenanigans at our Orca Crossing River.
I'm trying. Yeah, here we go. And we're going to switch over to Isle of the Lizard King's music.
Ooh.
Ooh.
We got fancy music for the occasion. Hell yeah.
You realize that there's no real way onto this island, as I'm going to just plop you all. I'm going to put you all back in your order. Your marching order, and we're going to go over to the Isle of the Lizard King. And you realize even if you swim up, like there's a large palisaded gate with sharpened pointy sticks, and like there's not it's a small island already, and you can see the mounds rising up against the palisades. But like there's no place to purchase. Like you basically would be half in the coast, half in the water, and half in the lake. There's no place to like stand. Like this is a gate, and like everything else around this coast is about like a fraction from like just being in the lake itself. Like, and this is a gate, and it's shut against you.
Knock, knock, knock. Tune in next time to see what happens.
All right, Dex, it's your time to shine.
Is it?
So I'm just going to go ahead and tell you this much. There are options available to you, and options that you can always come up with that are not the ones I give you, just so you know. The gate is 8 feet high and barred on the inside, requiring a DC 20 athletics check to force open. You can crawl through this. You can squeeze through it. You can knock your way through. You can do multiple thievery checks to remove the hinges from the gates, like 3 hinges, so the gates just fall down. What you guys doing? You're at the door.
I imagine when you said like remove the hinges, it's just like the NASCAR just the door just falls apart.
Yeah, basically.
Huh.
I believe you, Dex.
Is it like a door to knock on, or is it all just spikes?
It's not so much spikes. It's a giant solid wooden gate, but like the top of the palisade and the whole wall is you know how palisades are made. They're made pointy at the top, so people don't crawl over them and they hurt themselves. So because people want to keep you out. But there's not like front facing spikes on the door. It's just a door.
Gotcha.
It's a door to like literally just get in off the water.
Right. I'll go ahead and try to bang on the door to see if anyone will answer. Hello? Scooch forward a bit. Bang, bang, bang. My name is Dex. Dex Weaver.
Give me one
Oh,
second.
hello. Oh God.
I was not. That door was not meant to be open.
You're about to get firing squad.
Jesus.
You're hearing like.
Hmm.
And then one of them is. You need something.
More of discussion. We come from north. Yes, north, and we'd like to meet those in our area.
Use land striders.
Not gonna lie, the mic cut on that one. I actually didn't hear that.
Use land striders.
I guess so. Yes.
The lizard folk are unfriendly, but if player characters wish, you can make an impression to shift them from indifferent to you with a successful diplomacy check. The Uruxi scouts will lower their guard a bit. Perhaps.
We love those. We love those odds.
Let's go gambling.
Oh God. And I don't think I'm. Yep, I'm out of hero points. Oh dear.
I know he failed. I just want to see what my roll would be.
You used all your hero points already, Dex?
No,
Actually, I only had one from. I didn't get. I know I had one from last session. I don't know if I got my second one from.
He should have one more. He should have one more. So go ahead. You also get one like ever. Usually, they tell you in regular play to give one out after about midway point if anybody does anything heroic. And I will give you a free hero point for this session to end the session off with, Dex, because you were so kind to the you picked up on the cues. You were kind to the old beldam, so that succeeds. Or well, no, you wanted to just know if you wanted to just know if you succeed, but Dex's fails.
Why are hero points so bad?
My hero points have their times. This is not one of those times.
Your sleeve, or we stand on the mounds and shoot.
Shit.
And I like look back at the group.
I will let somebody make another check, but this one's going to be progressive checks are supposed to be increased in difficulty. So this is going to go to give me 1 second. One
If
second.
no one volunteers, I will give it a try.
Someone with a better than
I
a
have
2,
the highest in
please.
diplomacy.
Do you want to give it a try?
I just want to confirm real quick if I have the highest.
You do.
Oh, I guess I should do it.
Why does MK Ultra Halfling have the highest diplomacy?
You notice that
enemies.
They've spoken to you in 3 different languages, and one of them you recognize, Silent. It's Draconic. The other one is a strange language you've never heard.
Oh, they speak Draconic. Guess I'll be speaking Draconic. Let's see what I roll. Yeah, that doesn't.
God.
Nope.
Wow.
You also get a hero point roll.
I can't believe you rolled the exact same result, just in inverse.
It's just
roll,
the opposite.
roll 8 plus 2 equals 10. Roll 2 plus 8 equals 10.
You also have this isn't me like randomly giving you out of pity, but like you also have a hero point.
There you go.
Okay. You got a critical success. Great.
It's a little face pop up.
Went from almost nat or crit fail to crit success.
Love
So
to see it.
you speak the tongue. Gives us a second. We goes to the boss, the chief. And it take you notice it takes them about 30 minutes. You're just set like knees like wet in this water, like you don't know if like some kind of like slaughter fish is gonna come grab your legs or something, or like a crocodile or anything. You're just waiting to get out of the water onto the land.
If there's any like dangerous fish, I'll talk to them. Don't worry, guys, I got this.
They lower their guard a bit and tell you to wait there while they get their king to speak with them.
Okay. Looks like we're gonna be waiting here till their king gets here.
Oh, I
I'm
could
sure
have
we
ended badly.
Kinda.
At least for me.
I mean, for all of us, we have nowhere to go to.
I mean, I could turn back into Orca, carry you back across. But I am at front door. They would
I was
probably
hoping you'd.
grab me.
I was hoping you would have put on that lizard folk charm, Dex.
I am a skeleton, sir. There's not
I
much
mean,
charm
you're
I
a
have
wizard,
left.
aren't you?
You have plenty of charm. What are you talking about?
Open the
Me looking
gates.
Me looking at my stats. I have the charisma, I just don't have the stats to back it up.
You see a wild looking individual.
Yes, he is.
Oh,
He's definitely got a different look than the other one, that's for sure.
interesting.
I am King of Rescus. And you have a lizard with you?
Hello.
Yes, he is a lizard. And he's not quite well versed in maiden tongue.
I speak common, dead, and plants. And animals. The wind chimes, that's what I called it.
I do not have time or spirit for strangers and man walkers. You need to make an impression with him for him to even want to continue with you, even though you've garnered someone needs to make a diplomacy attempt. You've garnered an audience with the king. He says, I do not have time.
Let's go for our second one. Let's go gambling.
I believe. You got this.
Any attempt that fails to at least make him unfriendly goads him into attacking. And you succeeded literally at the exact roll you needed. What are you
Let's
saying,
go
Silent?
gambling.
What are you saying, Silent?
Surely they won't.
We just
destroy
wanted
us.
to greet our neighbors as we were passing by.
Man, this is a big map.
Neighbors, we have been hunting the humans here. Decision made by ancestor Stishak. Humans get more hunted the more they're here.
I see, but as you can tell, well, roughly, none of us here are human.
Thankfully.
He looks around his guards and looks down in the depths of like the water where you guys are standing, and like Mick at the bottom, like kind of like half swimming, like waves from the water, like trying his best with his little legs to keep kicking, and like he's above water and he's like barely waving over. You are right, not human, but like human. Stishak. Well, you may speak to Stishak ancestor spirit.
Thank you.
You will go nowhere else but where we take you.
I understand. Allow me a second to translate for everyone else who does not speak the maiden tongue. I go ahead and inform the party. Follow them. Don't do anything stupid.
I'm furiously writing.
Can do.
All right, they're ready.
They are going to lead you along the northeast edge of this base. Let me grab the king, and they are going to basically lead you along these walls.
Nope, I become one with the wall.
They say around this wall to the entrance right here. And I'm going to drag all of them over here. I will watch you speak with ancestor spirit. If he say things will change.
Spirit, you say?
I understand.
Religion check? Question mark.
And do I have permission to enter?
How you speak from outside hut? Yes, you may enter.
I just wanted to make sure that it was fine.
Yes, yes. Is anyone else going in the hut with Silent?
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll follow. I thought it was
I'll
just
follow.
like a one-person thing.
This mound has a deserted, rundown look to it. Well, they all do. They're mounds of dirt that are dried and caked from like fires running inside of them. It's dried and cracked mud, but no smoke issues from within its chimney. Inside, the air is strangely cold and dry, and the walls themselves have been decorated with images of violence, showing lizards fighting in a long, bloody war against, well, I mean, stick figures, but most likely humans. Dwarves and elves, actually, you notice because some of the stick figures are shorter and have long beards, and some of the stick figures have big pointy ears. So, God, they've been killing dwarves and elves.
Well, at least I know how to draw a beard.
In many of these scenes, a single regal lizard folk directs his armies to great victories.
This is turned into a situation.
I go ahead. Are we to take a seat here and wait for the ancestor to appear?
You speak, and the ancestor appears when he wishes.
I understand.
Well, start speaking.
Yes. A great ancestor, we come to greet you as neighbors to your land. We are merely passing by and just wanted to have a peaceful greeting with you and your people.
Something. A wild, breathy scream of air rushes in as something appears within the place where the fire would be. The place where the fire normally would be, next to Corey, you hear a rushing, and the fire lights a sickly green flame, and then out comes rushing. It is the spirit of Stisak. He comes to you. What he says will weigh on what you get.
Oh, what the? Whoa.
Huh.
Yes, I understand.
When he
It
said,
is
when
great
he
to
named the
meet you,
spirit,
great.
do I know anything of that ghost? Or
Um,
spirit? Like for a religion check, or would it just be?
It would be a really high. It would be a really high society check, but I would let you roll it because this is a random. This is a random like tribe somewhere out in the Brevoy region, and you don't even know where you're from, Dex.
Sure.
What in the goddamn?
Then I'm good then.
Am I able to do this society check?
Seems very appropriate.
Can I do the society check?
You can do the society check. Yeah.
I believe in you, Silent.
That'd be
2 for 2, 3 for 3, in fact.
And in fact, just hit a recall knowledge once, and there's several things I'm going to check against that, not just your society check.
I wanted to ask if I could do a recall knowledge to see if this is actually a spirit or not.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. What lore do you have? Oh man, you could really use your magic girl to be here right now. So I will let Tilly pop. If you guys want to stop the episode right now because nobody gets any info from this, I will let. We'll stop right here and let Tilly pop out of the bag tomorrow or next week.
Yep.
Because,
next session is in 24 hours. Be here or be squished.
Understood. Gotcha. I'll call out to work.
But yeah, neither of you get anything, and it is a high occultism roll to get any info on it. And if you have applicable lore like lizard lore or something like that, it's maybe a DC 28 or 25 at the lowest, but its occultism check is 33.
Yeah, no, I got nowhere near that. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
I got. I would too.
I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, Silent. Your highest roll was a 12.
Ouch.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I have a high occultism, but I would need a nat 20 to get that.
Yeah, Fekro got a no joke. He rolled a 16. He still got a total of 26.
So close.
So 4 higher, and you get a 30, and that would still fail, but it would turn it into a success because it's a nat 20. So like, yeah, even Fekro's like, I've got no fucking clue what this is.
No, that's fine. And
then there's me just baffled by the floating skull.
That's fine. I'm a rogue and expert performer.
You are in the realm of the Isle of the Lizard King, and you're surrounded by several lizard blowgun scouts, and I will wrap it up here as we go to end the episode today with our outro. Thank you everybody for watching. I hope nobody dies to evil spirit Stisshack next session.
I'm 100% gonna forget his name by next session.
Yeah, it's the spirit of Stisshack, but I'll
we'll recap it next week.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Have a good night.
Good night. Good night, friends.
All right, and we're gonna play our outro song again.